Yeah, yeah. What up, dude?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Not bad. On vacation with the kid.
Hell yeah. Where you at?
Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Beautiful. We set up the DJ setup today. So Mandy's having a blast learning how to DJ.
Nice.
Yeah.
I just got into in my spare time while I'm smoking cigarettes, watching that Global Official channel and watching all the random cut-ups.
Okay.
He watches DJ transitions. And
okay. Yeah, that's fun.
Oh yeah, I love some turntablism.
Yeah, he's running it through. Is it like a pass through? So he's running it through all my guitar pedals, so he gets.
He sent a pic of them into the Discord.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah. What's that triangle one do?
The big muff.
Yeah.
It adds distortion and weird feedback.
Okay.
He calls it muff. It's like a version of distortion and reverb, and they kind
Nice.
of blend it, and it's like what the Black Keys use and shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you clean that cup?
Man, I don't know about the Black Keys themselves, but their fans suck.
I love them. I love their music. It's
I
great.
went to a show that Modest Mouse opened for them,
Yeah.
and like the fans were basically booing Modest Mouse off the
Really?
stage to get the Black Keys in. But then again, Isaac Brock is fucking crazy, so I get you not wanting to see him be insane. Ooh.
My friend said maybe Modest Mouse should do speed, make speed again.
I don't know, man. When he speedballs, he makes some amazing music. Lonesome Crowded West. But he's got a kid now, so he probably shouldn't do shit like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I'm dual streaming to Facebook, my Facebook page and YouTube to see what it does. It's worth a try.
Okay.
I had no idea I could do that. So let's
That's
play with
crazy.
it. Let's do it.
Why not?
Right? Why not? We got your book too, so we'll sign that at some point whenever he's. Yeah. We'll have to dig them all out and everything too.
Well, I've been making all of the alternative, I guess you could say, customers. Go check you and Mandy's shit out.
Thank you.
How many of them actually go around and do it? Who fucking knows?
It's all word of mouth. That's just how we do it. I had no idea we could do this with. He gave me the idea. He says, "Can we run the sound through the guitar effects?" And I'm like, "We could try." It took me 2 hours to figure it out, but we did it.
I was actually talking to a lady about doing something like that the other day. I got on Sweetwater and made like a fake order of like 12 different guitar pedals. It was like, see, if I run this into a mixer and then put a mic on all that, no one will know what I'm saying.
Right. The levels get out of control a little bit, but I think that's just game. We'll figure it out.
Well, just start at -60 and work your way back up.
You know, that's how I mix his music. Is I take every track and I drop it down to -14, and then I work up from there. Because he just, most of it's noise and chaos. So in order to get.
Yeah, I'm learning that that's what I got to start doing with most of my shit.
So he said, "This is exactly what I expected. I did not expect this." So. You would not believe how little time this came together. It was ridiculous.
I mean, shit, I think I wrote my nonsense in like, honestly, 8 hours, all told.
Just make sure I got everyone sent out. Ooh, I can go to live to Twitter too, to all 100 people who follow me on Twitter.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
why not? And we're live on Twitter. That's fucking crazy.
What other live options do you have?
It says YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram. What the hell is hopping?
I think
Then
Hoppy is a Pokemon, dude.
I don't even want to click that. Yeah, why does it say? It still says Twitter. Well, it says X and then Twitter in parentheses.
Yeah, that's how everyone says it. No one wants to call it X.
Snappy says, "Why am I still on Twitter?"
Snappy's on Twitter?
No, you're asking if I'm still on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
No, I like to follow pseudoscience and pseudo-archaeologists on Twitter.
Oh, that's
where
fun.
that's where they post the most.
That's fun. Do you like Jimmy? Jimmy's fucking hilarious. I love listening to Jimmy talk nonsense.
Manny thinks Jimmy's a Fed.
Oh, he definitely is. He talked openly about the fucking experimentation they did on him in the Gulf.
Yeah, why would you want to live stream to LinkedIn? That's a good question, Snappy.
What? Everyone live streams to LinkedIn. Live stream to your LinkedIn, homies. You gotta keep the juppies informed.
Oh, my kids want to say goodnight. I'm gonna go say goodnight to the kids.
Respect. So, do you got an analog or a digital turntable there, Mandy? Crazy the way these fusion of stuff has synchronicities and shit. Hey, can you put some water in the coffee pot and run it to make hot water?
Oh, I was muted, so he says he has.
It's on my list.
Jay McKempsey, he says he has not heard that project yet, so we're gonna add that to the list. My kids just got back from open mat at the gymnastics park, so they wanted to say goodnight.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's fun.
It is fun. It's only $10, and they get to run around for 2 hours.
Oh,
Yeah, not bad.
that is a business plan right there.
I think they make more money off of that than from membership.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, like we give out free kids food on Tuesdays with every adult purchase, and we've made Tuesdays one of our biggest fucking days.
Yeah, because then you don't have to pay for the kid. That saves $20 if you're a parent, you know?
It instant sale.
Well, half the time my kids never want to eat what they have to offer anyways.
Oh, I mean, that's every kid.
Or they get it and it's too hot, which happened once when we were on vacation, and she never wants to eat like macaroni and cheese again.
Yep. Mm-hmm. One time I cooked scrambled eggs the way I eat them, slightly undercooked. And it took her a year to trust any egg again.
You mean correctly cooked?
Yes. But for her, slightly undercooked. Oh, that is a deep, intense stare.
How'd you do that? Why are you so bright now?
Who, me?
Him. How'd he get all bright?
What?
I don't know what he did. Or maybe the camera just adjusted.
Are you celebrating the moon?
I was gonna make it so we could see what he's playing, but it eats up one extra like invite who can be on the screen at the same time. So that's annoying as hell.
C'est la vie.
It's all good. You get to see
technology is as technology does, Mama used to say.
I think he just needs a head tat, like right on top where the headphones aren't.
All snuff near knife. Where it is the devil.
Never heard of it.
The Robbins Williams quote.
Stay tuned to this station.
Oh shit. Brother-in-law's in the chat. What up, Greg? How you doing?
Brother-in-law.
I think he's in Texas, way down near you. Well, not near you.
Texas ain't near me.
Well, it is closer than to us. So. Snappy's closer than anyone.
Oh, absolutely. Snappy is the closest to Texas. Canada and Texas famously share a border. They keep sending them over there.
I meant to us.
Make Canada build a wall.
Well, when I was gonna send Snappy a book, and then they wanted to charge me money to send it to Canada, I was like, we should just drive there and drop it off. It'll be cheaper.
Oh, I bet.
And funner. More fun.
I think colloquially more funner is still acceptable.
I agree.
Grammar rules are for Harvard Nazis anyway. Yeah.
It does. Wait, you want to see the full screen? Here we go. Whoop. Here we go. That's the full setup. We have these crazy lights above my head. I can't look at them for very long and make me disoriented. Mandy insisted.
I like them.
I was like, can I change the setting? But no, they're just It's pulling out some oldies here.
We went viral for this in Russia.
I hate my mic in the shot. I don't know why people love doing that. That's fucking annoying to me.
You don't have you like having a robot penis right up in your face?
No, it's too easy to Photoshop. That's crazy. I don't know why anyone thinks that's a good idea.
You only know that from experience.
No.
You have photoshopped some penises in place of
I
a
have,
microphone.
yes, I have. Back in my old battle rapping days, I definitely photoshopped some penises in place of a microphone.
I mean, I just always mentally image it as Megatron's dick, and the Photoshop's not even necessary.
The entire regular personnel of the sheriff and police office has been placed on a 2-platoon basis with 12-hour shifts.
A 12-hour shift? Man, people died for an 8-hour shift. What you talking about?
Tomorrow, when you visit your grocers, look at the shelf where you always see those familiar packages of Jell-O. Right beside them, or very near them, you'll spy another Jell-O product. Jell-O puddings in 3 grand flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. You might try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's as smooth as cream and simply full of rich golden butterscotch flavor. A pudding that your whole family will want to enjoy again and again. So when you order Jell-O pudding too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so.
My brother-in-law calling me out saying I have a cheap mic. I have the exact same mic as Joe Rogan, so.
Several planes have been shot down, and anti-aircraft gunnery is very
That
heavy.
doesn't mean it's not cheap.
All lines of
It is not cheap.
down between the various army posts. Everyone here on the islands were taken by surprise by the attack. Even yet, it's difficult for some people to believe that our air raid on these beautiful islands has actually happened and that lives have been lost.
This is crazy. It doesn't seem to be eating up my computer speed either to stream to 3 different places.
Oh, speaking of computer speed, so I just upgraded to an actual desktop with an actual processor.
Ooh, fancy you.
Yeah. I will no longer have to turn off all my glitch machines and start redlining.
Traffic is almost at a standstill. At Pearl Harbor, 3 ships were attacked. The Oklahoma was set afire.
I'm liking these old school cuts on top of this.
Yeah, that was a thing we did for a while.
I recently found out that all of Reagan's speeches are public domain.
Are they? I thought
yeah.
that was 100 years.
No, if it's a presidential speech,
it's
public domain because the president belongs to us.
Public speaker, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so all of Reagan's speeches are public domain, so I got like so many little clips of
That'll be fun.
Just waiting.
Did you send Snappy the link?
No.
Okay, I'll send it. If Snappy's still on, I'm sending you it on Discord, Snappy.
10 أغنيات لهالأسبوع على 1450 أم إذاعة الشرق الأوسط بحوالي الساعة 6 المساء. كونوا على السمع. ضل اشتاقي لي.
I still think it's crazy this laptop still works. It's older than my daughter. 7 years old now. Oh, maybe 8 years old now.
Oh, dude, the one I'm
I do,
working
yeah.
on right now is 10.
They used to not last that long though. This is crazy. Allegedly, Reagan's wife was a throat goat.
Amen.
Allegedly,
No, she's dead. She can't sue.
that's true.
You don't have to say allegedly.
I guess you
can
don't have to
just-
say allegedly, Jay.
Yeah. Who's gonna sue? The Reagan Library? They got all the libraries got their funding cut. They can't sue.
Jay says install Linux on it. I mean, it's a Mac, isn't that the same thing? They're close, right? They're pretty similar. The only thing that's really annoying about Mac is my messages will pop up while I'm in the middle of something. So like I'll get text messages on my phone and my screen, and that's not fucking annoying.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
I'm never getting an Apple product. Yeah. Yeah, you just sold me off Apple products completely.
You're welcome. Snappy says they're gonna make Apple phones in America. That's gonna cost
No, they're not.
$5,000.
They don't have anybody smart enough to make Apple phones in America. What are you talking about? That's a technical skill.
Yeah, I mean they design them and everything, but when you have to put nets on the factory, that's just not a good look.
I mean, but cleanup is a major problem. You know, now you have to pay more people.
Oh, apparently there's a Foxconn in the Midwest. I did not know that. Snappy's going to join us soon. Our first guest is Psionic. Wait. That's annoying. There's no green screen when you have the basic settings, so oh boy. trying to set up the links and everything, you know. I was like, oh, well,
Yeah.
let me get this set up. Nope.
It's okay, man. Theater's hard.
Theater.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Good luck, Macbeth. It's very important to say at the start of every theatrical production. That way, if anybody dies or gets hurt, it's your fault.
I always keep playing with what screen to put it on. This one, I'd have to look down, so my eyes are all squinty. But if I move it to this one, it's a different angle. It's annoying. I don't know what to do. What is this rug behind you? I love it.
So half of it is Van Gogh. I'm sure there's somebody in Holland who pronounces it that way. Smoking a bong.
Oh, did he freeze? He froze. Oh, there you're back. What up? You froze.
That's Van Gogh. I'm sure somebody in Holland pronounces it that way. They got like a dialect every 20 feet. He's smoking a bong over there. And then that's just like some sport.
Love it.
It's covering up the bright ass fucking like window behind me.
Snappy's here. What up, Snappy?
Yellow. How's it going?
How are you?
Good to see you all.
Good to see you.
Not bad. Life is beautiful, you know. Keeping on.
Is it freezing up there in Canada?
It is actually kind of cold.
Yeah.
Gosh, what is the temperature right now? It was surprisingly cold recently. Let me just see here. What is the weather? Okay, so it's 8 degrees. What is that in crazy American?
23rd. In the 30s, 30 something.
Yeah, 45.
45. Yeah,
Wow.
it's the same here. I actually have to wear pants instead of shorts. It's annoying.
Send some of that down here.
Isn't it wild?
We'll just recirculate
What's
it.
it like
We'll
down
get some
there
of
in
that.
Georgia?
Well, right now I'm in South Carolina on the coast, and it's like 90 degrees. Which is what, like 27 in non-freedom units?
like normally where I'm at, right? I'm on a river, and we get tons and tons and tons of birds. So we always look out for the Canada geese because they make a huge nuisance. But this year we have like 4 around. We normally would have like 30 plus. Because the winter went long, and the birds just didn't come back.
Yeah, they're down
It's
here.
wild.
I used to have to sleep with headphones in because we lived on a lake, and the Canadian geese would come down, and they'd be so annoying that I have to sleep with headphones in.
Well, yeah, they're so loud, Canada geese. They're dangerous, man. They'll fuck you up.
Yes,
They will attack anything.
They're nuts.
Oh yeah.
I've had one like come straight like at my car. Make you feel bad. Like I want to run you over. Go.
A while
Trying to
back,
defend his.
God, that's so crazy. A while back, we had one where one of them was screaming, wouldn't stop screaming. And it turns out one of their babies got caught in our deck somehow. Its foot tangled, you know? And then it's like trying to get the baby without this thing attacking us, you know? And it's like, it's like you're screaming and freaking out because your baby's trapped, and we're trying to get your baby, but you won't let us get close to your baby. It's like, eventually we did do it, but it took 2 people. One to distract the bird, one to get the chick out, you know? This actually happened a couple times. Another time, another bird got stuck in our neighbor's yard. And he wasn't around because a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll put tires to bank up the shore, and my neighbor has all these rubber tires to bank up the shore, and then a goose gets stuck in a rubber tire in the shore.
That's
so
crazy.
It's like screaming, and when you're trying to help this thing get out, and it's attacking them. It's intense.
Oh, you asked about Mandy's setup, so I got a virtual DJ setup, running the audio from the computer through loopback and then through my guitar pedals. So,
that's so fun.
Yeah. It took 3 hours to get right, but we got it.
Oh gosh, I can imagine all that kind of set. Oh man, that takes me back to nightmares.
Well, and it ducks underneath it, so it's not like a full signal. It's like the effects are kind of underneath. Oh shit!
Right.
Psionics here.
Sound is a fine art, you know. It takes a lot to make a place sound good.
Psionics here. Our first guest is here.
Oh.
What up, Psionic?
How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well.
Good to see you. Sorry, I don't have a green room. I don't have the, super expensive
these couple of songs are about philosophy.
Andy's just making music, and then we'll get to you.
Philosophizing.
Sounds good.
So it's a word, right? Philosophizing is a word. Is that a word? Someone nod their head and tell me that's a word. All right. Yeah, here's one here. Robert Frost was a shit cartographer. Every soccer mom with a Fitbit's a photographer. Derrida's too dense for undergrads, and Foucault's problematic too. Robert Frost was a shit cartographer.
So what's the plan for the stream, Scobie? What's the schedule looking like?
We got Psionic up first. We're gonna do an interview and some special stuff, and then we got Sirius, and then Poor Pro's Almanac, Grandpa Leather, and then Snappy. If I take you off, if I remove you, does that take you out of the stream?
No. I'll just be in the background.
Okay, cool. All right. So we'll do that.
I may come in and out too. I may take off for a bit.
We'll do that when we get to different interviews and stuff. I've never actually done it. I've always done one-on-one, Mandy's like, let's invite everyone. I'm like, okay, we can do 10. Says I can do 10. Let's try it.
There you go. I use it for I teach a tarot course online, and it
I
works
saw
fine.
that. That's awesome.
Do
Do you record them or you just do them live and then?
Yeah, I record this. So what I'll do is I get all of the students to come in to the live show, and we record it. And then I repost it to like my YouTube membership after the fact.
Oh, okay. Yep.
You know, so because what I have is I have it set up so if you want to be in the course, you sign up for certain YouTube membership. If you want to watch the course, you can sign up for a cheaper membership. You know.
Yep. That's dope.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's cool.
It's my favorite song of it.
Working out so far.
It's a good one. You never heard this one?
I'm so happy you posted afterwards.
I am probably going to hop off for a bit. I will be back around.
Sounds good.
Toby.
All right. Sounds good. Good to see you, Snappy. That worked. That's so cool. I can just take you off the stage, put you on stage. That's so cool. It's not like rappers where I have to, find them an hour ahead of time and make sure they're ready to go. An hour from now. Yeah, no, Mandy is like, let's try to treat it like a real show. I'm like, okay, we can try. Let's try.
Songs about stabbing people.
You ready to go?
It's not always love.
Okay.
In your stomach. Alright. This is the catchy one. Hey, flow cash, crop. Blood, cruise, blood, clots. Flow cash, crops. Blood, cruise, blood, clots. I said, shut your eyes, shut your nose, shut your mouth. What you live will come out. Shut your eyes, shut your nose, shut your mouth. The truth and the lies will come out. I said, I'm finna live my life hella hazy from the neck up. Who you call it lazy fool? I'll get your neck cut. I'm finna decalcify my pineal gland. Believe all women except Ayn Rand. Believe all women except Ayn Rand. Believe all women except Ayn Rand. Believe all women except Ayn Rand.
Oh shit.
This is your cue to roll the thing into him.
Yep, I got it.
Yeah. That's the.
What up,
that's how we do it.
Psionic?
Hey.
How's it going?
How are you? I love the shirt, dude.
Oh, wow, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Fucking, I don't know if you could see. I got my own little Trent right here. Ooh.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, my friend drew that, and she posted it to Instagram, and I was like, "Yo, I gotta have that." And she sent it to me.
That's awesome.
So we're just getting
60th birthday, I think, last week.
no shit.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
That is so crazy.
Are we rolling?
We are rolling. We're
Am I in
gonna.
the shot? Look at me, I'm in the shot.
You're in the shot, dude.
Holy shit,
We
you
put
fucked
everyone
up
on the
the-
backstage.
Yeah, you fucked up the intro.
No, I didn't.
We were supposed to make it like a dramatic intro where you roll the.
I know that,
thing,
but it doesn't
then it
work
does
like
that,
that.
and
I didn't pay the $800
Well, here's the
to
thing
do
is
the
that-
background.
But the thing is that it's
I
funnier
can't
if I
do that.
point it out.
Yeah.
So let's roll the thing and pretend as though that we did that.
So I tried to prep it, and it was like
God damn it,
it started.
Johnny, just
It started
fucking push
playing
play.
it. It started playing it.
God,
I was like, "What the
my
fuck,
God,
man?"
You're so bad at this.
We got this.
Okay, are we doing it now?
We're playing it.
Okay. All right, everybody. This is the dramatic intro to the Towel of Minerva book release party. After my hour-long DJ set, this is what a transition was supposed to look like. So imagine that end of the song goes boom, 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 and then we do that. Boom, and it's full screen. It's full screen. Did we do it yet? Close enough.
We did it. We did it.
And then you bring the guest on the screen.
What
Look
up,
at that.
dude?
That wasn't awkward at all.
Oh, we did
Hell
it.
yeah. That wasn't awkward at all.
Well, what up,
Hey, Psionic,
Psionic?
how you doing, buddy?
Good to see you,
Doing
dude.
well. How you guys doing?
Hey, how's wherever the hell you are in relation to us between here and California?
It's all right. I'm in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, you're not supposed to disclose that, man. The feds are
No.
watching. Yeah, all the Ayn Randy and fucking cultists.
Location, grown in a laboratory.
Is that why you don't have a belly button?
Oh,
That's exactly why.
Dude, when you sent me those nudes, I was like, what's going on with your belly button? There isn't one. It's just straight up perfect 6-pack abs with no belly button. It was
And
weird.
3 tits, like Total Recall.
yeah.
Well, that was supposed to be a mystery that we were going to reveal at the end of the interview.
Oh, okay.
All right. Bury the lead in your fucking 3-tit cleavage. That's great because you can have a threesome at the same when you're and you can just all right, just fill that one in. Anyway, buddy, how are you doing? How are things? How's it going out in fucking Denver? Put a thumbs up or a Cerberus or whatever if you dig that that new track that just came out today. We collaborated on that shit. You texted me and you were like, "Yo, let's make an industrial track," and I was like, "I don't do that, but I'll pretend to do that," and I pretended to do that, and then you actually legitimately did your industrial thing, and the Muse delivered some fucking shit. So I don't know, man. How you doing? How are things? Sorry, I'm rambling. I'm trying to ramble. You know what cynics call rambling?
Diatribe.
Johnny, you're so good at this.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Anyway.
That was a fun song to make. It was actually pretty cool because I've been struggling a lot with like writer's block recently.
Oh yeah.
And when you sent me that track, I was able to knock out the lyrics like in a morning. It took me a little longer to record. Sometimes I'm kind of lazy or just get busy. But yeah, it was nice to be able to knock out like a whole song's worth of verses in just a few hours.
Well, it's fucking dope. And then we matched the video to the lyrics, and that was a lot of fun. It was actually super fun to see Mandy get really frustrated at a computer because he was trying to figure out how to do the shit, and it was just driving him nuts. And I took pleasure in that.
Specifically to the video, or?
Oh yeah, he was trying to do it because he comes over like 4 o'clock, and I'm like cooking and cleaning with the kids and shit, and he's trying to do it all on his own, and then I came up and we banged it out, like an hour later. But yeah, it was fun. I was like, see, this is what using a computer is like when you don't know how to use one.
I guess
That's fun.
I guess you can consider me the art director on that one, as
Yeah,
opposed to
totally.
the actual producer. But Johnny was able to go. I realize what you're going for. Let me do this, and I was like, all right, perfect, great.
Yeah.
And it's like keystrokes. You know what I mean? Like the
Yeah,
magic.
yeah.
I mean, you have the magic wand, and you wave it, and you have these little fingies that are magic wands, and you
Yeah.
can tippy tap them over the keyboard, and it like magically makes the thing happen on the computer. And it's like, what is the thing that is just happening? You know what I mean? Like, where is the energy? What is that like physical matter that is created when we collaborate on a track? You know what I mean? Like, what happens to it? It's got to be some sort of a weight. Like, you can take like all the information that you put on a hard drive and then like weigh it after it's full and go, all right, this track that we made was worth like these many, like, I don't know, like it's got to be less than ounces. It's got to be a tiny, tiny little fraction of like a weight. Like, how much does that song weigh? You know what I mean? And also, if it doesn't, that means it's fucking dark matter. And like, we're creating some fucking like vortex and like warp in the fucking space-time continuum just by collaborating on music digitally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's the snake eating its own tail kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like also the snake shitting in its own mouth.
Yeah.
Like the snake also gets longer as it shits longer. You know what I mean?
Oh, I never
So
thought
at
of
some
that.
point it like calcifies onto the tail and it goes like, where's the tail begin and where's the shit stop and where's the mouth? You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
what it's like collaborating together on a track.
It was fun too, like scouting locations in industrial Denver to do the little filming snippets without having to get too into depth. Like I don't have to worry about, I don't have to film a full ass video. I just need to do a little snippet here, snippet there. So I just kind of went out with one of my friends and looked for industrial locations to kind of match the vibe, and then just kind of just did our.
I love the graffiti shit. Like you picked good spots. It worked out perfectly. And then we matched the color scheme to blood and just, it was fucking dark and fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the video turned out great. Thank you.
No problem, dude. It was a blast.
Yo, do you wear that mask on stage?
Yeah, how do you rap through that?
I do not, because it's really fragile. It's like made out of wood.
Yeah.
And it wasn't cheap to get custom made. It's actually from a movie called Hold the Dark with Jeffrey Wright. I highly recommend that movie. It's like
really,
yeah, it's by the guy who did. I'm trying to remember what else he did, but he does like really. He did Green Room. The one and the Nazis.
I try not to watch Nazi shit, but yeah.
Well, they're not good in it. It's a horror movie with Nazis. They're as the antagonists, but
oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like where I got the idea for that. I'd like to be able to perform it on stage, but it's just so fragile. I don't want to risk breaking it.
Well, we tried to do the same thing when we do Mero Mib. So I was gonna wear a football helmet, and I couldn't get the fucking microphone through the face mask, and it just didn't work. So I was like, well, I guess we're just gonna put this on the table, I guess. And
yeah, we have a cool helmet over there.
Yeah, there it is. No, my son wears it sometimes.
Let's see.
Yeah, you caught the football.
That's right, back there by the guitar. Does it fit on your head?
No.
No, it doesn't. There's no way it fits on his head.
I mean, maybe.
But yeah, I was gonna try to fucking rap, like sing metal through that, and it's a defensive mask, so there's no room. And I played quarterback, so I just assumed all masks were the same. And that was like, this is like a fucking more like a, I don't know.
It masks your true intentions.
That's exactly what it did. Yeah, that's more like a lacrosse fucking mask, man. Like I don't know, but I tried to fit the mic up through, and it didn't work.
Yeah,
no way. So there goes that idea. So now it just sits on the shelf. That's fun.
You could get one of those like Casey Jones old school hockey masks.
Well, I thought about getting like a Michael Jackson microphone that goes underneath it. And
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, like tried to do that, but that didn't. It just. Can you hear? That doesn't work. There's no way that works.
Talk.
I am talking.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't think this thing's coming off.
Mandy doesn't watch football. They put fucking microphones in the helmet with a transponder that goes in, and yeah, there's no way that works, dude.
Nope.
That's just
Nope.
now he has become Helmet.
Oh, I can hear something. I can hear something.
That's your internal thoughts.
Okay.
This is like a chamber of echoes.
Hey, try this. Try this.
How's that? Hey, no? Little ear hole?
Nope.
Nope, nothing.
Nope. This thing ain't coming off either. This sucks.
Yeah, you're
This
stuck
is
with
a
that.
mistake.
That's your life now.
Oh, I can hear you.
You can hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, you sound perfect.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, and it's like actually it has reverb in there, so like you sound like extra sexy, like your voice is deep, and you know what I mean. Like I can like,
involved.
like yeah, it just like it's that big dick energy in my ear right now. You know, it comes across the screen. You know what I mean? Like just save some for the rest of us, please. Thank you.
I'll try my best.
Yeah, just you know what I mean.
Holy shit. Have you been going by Psionic since 2018 then? Does this movie inspire your like your persona, or what how did that work?
Oh man, no, I've been going since by Psionic forever.
Yeah.
I think my first mixtape I ever made that you can no longer get online because it's dog shit. So hopefully it's not accessible. I don't like it, but that was back like in 2012, I want to say. When I was doing more just straight up hip hop.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be a gig the whole night. You got to rip that thing off.
It's called a bit, Johnny.
That's what it's same thing.
Get out the lube to get his head out of there.
It's not a Diddy party. It's a freak off, but not a Diddy party.
I got tonic water. Will that work?
Tonic water?
Yeah.
Why would that make it easier?
It's got sugar in it. It's slippery.
You masturbating with tonic water? Or are you like?
Whoa! Where are we going with this conversation?
I don't know. I'm just trying to understand why you understand that tonic water is more lubricant than
regular water. It's got sugar in it. How does this not make sense to you? You can only hear with one ear. I think that's part of your problem.
Oh, one of you is in the other ear. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you can't hear me.
All right, I'm going to try to take this thing off and
Good.
Stop being rude to the guests so that he can have a productive interview. And maybe at the end of this, have a fan or two that listens to the music and stuff, because I think that's the point of it. Also, we have a book.
Yeah. And you contributed to, I forget what volume you contributed to.
Volume 1.
I think it was volume 1. You sent some French lyrics and shit.
Yeah, I did a song for with Mandy and one of my other friends. I used an old verse of his.
Right.
My buddy Blackout in Portland. And I did, I think it was like 8 bars in French in it.
Yeah, that was fun. I love having shit in a different language. Hang on, I'm going to try to take this thing off.
Don't
hang on. Actually, just keep vamping.
Actually, keep talking.
Like I'm the star of the show. Hang on. Wait for me to do this.
It is your book.
It's our book. It's the Chorus of the Frogs. It's the community's book. I contribute as much as the community to the book. I mean, I guess you do more because you're the one who puts it on paper and stays up late and makes sure it's all working and all that shit.
I did stay up till 3 a.m. 3 nights in a row. So
all right, I'm gonna try to take this thing off and see how this goes.
Good luck. Nah, man, it's dope. I love that you are influenced by 9 Inch Nails and underground rap. My favorite song from 2012 was the song that LP did with Trent Reznor, which was, what was it called again?
Flyantology?
Yeah, Flyantology. And I actually, one of the first times I ever heard that song, I was on an airplane.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's, it's just serendipitous. And I actually reused some of those lyrics on a project we did, which hasn't been released yet. But yeah, it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I remember reading an interview with LP where he got the multi-tracks from Reznor for that.
Right.
And I guess he opened it up in Pro Tools and almost crashed because it was just 50 layers of guitars, 20 layers of vocals, and kind of what the hell am I supposed to do with all of this? It's pretty funny. It's pretty classic Reznor. I'm just, I'll just layer the shit out of everything and let you figure out what to keep.
Dude, that is mixing his tracks though. I'll come up after putting the kids to sleep and I'll have 50 fucking tracks of drums and 30 tracks of guitars all panned to the left and right and upside down, and I'm like, what do I do? And I had to come up with a process of how to even work with what he's doing. And it was you know. But that's how we did your thing. He sent me it, and it was like fucking 12 tracks of noise, and I'm like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't even know what any of this noise is. So I like to sidechain duck it to the drums, so at
Yeah.
least it like cuts out or comes back in, and you know, take a little cue from the electronica people, you know, and like mix it that way, because I really love like the glitch mob and shit. So I'm highly fucking inspired by them, and I even stay up. I even tried to remake a bunch of their chains and shit, and I even moved to Ableton because of them. So
Ableton's the shit.
Ableton is the shit. This is Mandy's trick that he's been doing since 2006.
1996. Fuck.
He can't be that old.
I learned this trick in 1996. That's why they call it a magic marker, because the caps jump. But it's one in every 666, and you can only tell which one is the magic, like with the jumping cap, by the smell.
I was gonna say the only magic trick I pull off with magic markers is just sniffing them.
Well,
that's not good for you.
So you have to smell at least 666 to.
It looks like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing markers.
Shit, man. How close were you? 420? You had a little bit left to go. Look at that shit, dude. This one's a perfect one. This one's a jumper. Look at that fucking thing. See it?
Wow.
It's a jump. Ah! The fucking thing's great, dude.
Yeah. How long have you been engineering?
I started producing in 2006.
Okay.
So yeah, it's been a long fucking time.
Had on Pro Tools initially?
It was Fruity Loops first, and then we moved to
Fruity Loops. Oh, that's a throwback.
Pro Tools, and then I moved to Reason, and then I moved back to Pro Tools or something like that. But at some point, I decided to switch to Ableton because they Pro Tools tried to charge me crazy money.
Yeah.
When I bought like an interface that came with Pro Tools, and then they gave me an upgrade for like pretty good amount of money, and then 2 years later they were like, oh no, it's gonna be like $800 to upgrade, and I'm like, no fucking way am I doing that.
Yeah.
So and then I found Ableton after that. So
I'm definitely a big fan of Reason. I
love
like a VST3 on Ableton to make most of my synths.
Reason was a fucking amazing tool for a really long time.
Yeah.
It was in the box, so good at like creating your own sounds, whereas like you had to use plugins where all of it was just in-house. You just had one fucking window, you know, and then you bounce the stems to something else, or and then at some point you could like loop it in or plug it in, and then they had Reason Record, so then you didn't have to leave Reason, you could just record right into Reason. And I must have done fucking 8 albums with, not just me, but just like 8 albums with people just straight in Reason, where I never had to leave it.
Oh yeah, that's tight.
Yeah, Reason was dope. I spent a lot of time on Reason.
Yeah, I'm definitely a huge fan. What are some of your other favorite plugins?
Ooh,
the one in his butt right now. What happens is because your voice is so bassy, it's vibrating. That's why. And it was attached to the Big Muff. Sirius earlier was asking what's the Big Muff pedal do, and I'm like, oh, that's attached to Johnny's butt plug.
Like I'm playing chess grandmasters, giving me the secrets to fucking cheat.
Like that. It's Always Sunny.
Yeah.
See, this is where the disconnect is. You two know what you're talking about. I'm talking about something completely different.
I'm talking about the plug in your butt right now.
Yeah, you don't know about the grandmaster that had a plug in his butt to cheat to fucking win the grandmasters in chess?
Oh, you were talking about like the actual chess game. I thought you were metaphorically talking about chess.
No.
Yeah, there's It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where that's the premise.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. This guy is playing like a Russian grandmaster, chess master, and they have a butt plug that vibrates based on the phone.
I'm pretty sure that's a real fucking story. Not like
that would surprise me.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, before we get too far in, you want to let the people know where they can like find you and listen to your music or give you a handshake at your next live show? Because we're really big into high fives. Do you know the secret high five?
I do not.
We're gonna show you the secret high five. All right.
Okay.
It's a hand turkey.
Turkey.
So if anybody's in the Denver area and they want to like go out and see you holler into a microphone and shake your little, actually your massive muscular tushy on stage, where can they find you? Where can they listen to your music in the meantime? All that, dude.
Yeah, you can find me on most music platforms under Psionic, PSIONIC. I'm on Instagram under psionic.musique, psionic.musique. It's just like psionic.music in French. And then I have a show August 12th at the Crypt out here in Denver.
Oh, shit.
August 12th. Hell yeah. You got a flyer for that on Instagram and all that good shit?
It's in the works.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm working on the headliner with it, so
that's sick.
Yo, that's fucking awesome, dude. I think everybody loved that track that we did together. I'm stoked that shit came out today.
Dude.
We're gonna bring our next guest in here in a couple of minutes.
Yep.
But you're definitely welcome to stay and hang out.
We'll put you in the background. You're welcome to jump.
Keep them on the screen. Just
keep them on the screen.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Sure.
We're gonna stack it like layers. You know what I mean? Like when bad rappers have to like overdub every single word into to get to the final 16 bars. We're basically gonna do that. We're gonna create a ladder, but you're more than welcome to drop in and out as you go, dude. But you got any last words for the people? People that are watching right now.
Check out that new track with Mandy and I and that Scoby engineer. It's fucking really dope. I had fun doing it. It's about class traders and capitalists, so that's always kind of fun.
Fucking dope.
So yeah, check it out, and you can find it on my pretty much every music platform. Again, under Psionic, PSIONIC. So.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yo, you're absolutely welcome to keep hanging out. We're gonna bring our next guest in. Long collaborator, just like you, the one and only Serious 21.
What up, G?
Do the thing with his microphone. Oh shit! What up, dude?
Does it automatically?
I am dog food, and don't call me Shirley.
Oh jeez.
Bird down. Wait, logos fly. Sorry, that's not right. English is a first language. Word up.
What's up with you?
Word up. Oh shit, something's still not right. That's the law around here. You gotta have your sunglasses so you can feel cool.
What's up with you?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have gathered you all here today to get through this thing called life. Now, life, she is a bitch. And she has death as her sister. Lord, 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 Lord. Their cousins sleep and dreams. They sit in a beautiful family picture that hangs above the mantle in the white room across the black curtains. Now, does the curtain match the drapes? I don't know. That is indeed a mystery to me. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Now, why would you hide the sunlight and curse the glare instead of letting that sunshine shine down upon you? Oh, good Lord.
What?
Perhaps in the heat of this moment, we built this city far too hastily on Gamrock and Coca-Cola. We are living in America after all. Stone by stone, you have me. However, let me remind you, brother, that the revolution will not be live streamed in 4K HD. There will have to be dancing in the streets while fucking L. Ron Hubbard junkies learn to swim in the raining blood from the lacerated skies that are covered with the oil which cries for freedom. But I digress. Sometimes I just see a ball and I chase it. What can I say? I am a dog. Shove my nose in shit if I misbehave. Now, you're messing with a son of a bitch. But do not think that means that I get down with Nazareth or that old prophet who banned the boogie sound way back in the day. See, I've never been to heaven, but I've been down to the river to pray in Florida. Not that that really matters. Sorry, that was Carolina, not Florida. English is a first language. I think we're getting off track. But let's get this train back on track with a heave and a ho, so long as you don't tell no soul. I think we were talking about life, death, and the cousins. Well, girls, they just want to have fun. That is indeed what they want. What they really, really want. Zing a zing zag. Unfortunately, the story is an unhappy one, and viewers can turn away now and stop listening before one of these girls loses her heart down by the bridge. Unfortunately, one of those girls' hearts is going to stop and run like a river. That blue-eyed girl will become a blue-eyed whore.
What's up with you?
See, there was a lonely feeling deep inside. Yet near the crocuses, he found this warm, wet place where he could hide. Then, suddenly, darkness. It surrounded her. Hold on. Good coffee. No sugar tonight. What was I saying? I am so sorry. I am such a poor storyteller. You guys deserve and need someone who can go lightly without a frown. I'm no such great bard. I will only let you down, babe. It ain't me. It ain't me you're looking for. Where was I?
What's up with you?
What's up, dude? What's up?
Sorry. English is a first language. Please bear with me. Was it Carl or George of the Jungle who said that? I guess sometimes I get
George
so high, I have to scream and ask, what is indeed going on? Do you know?
What's up with you?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
I think we were talking about the new Mother Nature. You see, I heard her through the grapevine. What her words were, their meaning, and what they said. Like the Dormouse said, feed your head. Yet there are times when I feel my questions run too deep. I might be absurd. But when I was a young boy standing at my father's knee, my father told me, son, always be logical, dependable, intellectual, and cynical. A cat on a pillow once asked me, who am I, who am I, who am I? I am a fire starter, an instigator, an arsonist running on fumes with the diesel power to supply the city with the lights. That city at night, oh, the city so bright. I need to set the fires because I prefer the flicker of shadows. The sunlight, it hurts my ears. Eyes. Sorry, English is my mother tongue. I was born in America and educated there. Sorry. I guess you could say I'm a nowhere man, simply living a nowhere plan. You see, early on I saw money as a crime. No one were sharing any slices of their American pies. If you drive your Chevy down to the levee and sit on it for a while, you may weep and moan as I have for that poor girl down that long and dusty road. Did they ever come back from the holler? Did you? Me? I'm just a passenger, along for the ride, riding until we run out of gas in the parking lot way back in the back of the back. But don't worry about that too much. Just be happy that the skies are clear and bright. It's going to be a bright, sun-shining day with the three little birds to sing you bittersweet songs filled with uncomfortable truths for you to ignore. Remember, y'all don't want to hear what I'm saying. You just want to dance. Yes, Bruce, dance. Dance magic. Jump magic. Do not let me down, Bruce. They keep telling me that the black magic woman is an evil woman, but I just don't see it. The hot teachers trapped in their endless cycles of wondering, where is Mickey? Where is Mickey? Where is Mickey Mouse in that fine house, smoking in the boys' room with no care for their bad reputations? It's just a byproduct of the cult of personality perpetuated by the likes of Stalin, Kennedy, and Muhammad Ali. But my time is over. My body is aching and I've paid my dues. I've made mistakes, I'm sure. English is my first language after all. But it's time for me to go now. The song is over. I really thought I'd have something more to say. Oh, shit. What happened, guys? Are you okay? What happened there?
Hey, man, how are you doing?
I don't know. Like, Psionic was talking, and then, like, I don't know. Don't drink sangria.
Sangria.
Don't swallow it. Did you choke on a grape?
Yeah, that
What?
sounds like your
I
first
don't know.
mistake.
I'd have a low alcohol tolerance.
Oh man, something. Did you happen to have some on your
wait.
hand and
Wait, no. That's not a sangria. That's mushroom tea.
oh,
That'll do it.
Yep, that'll do it.
That's not the stuff they sell on Facebook. That's not the
No.
mushroom coffee.
No.
No.
What happened was he got a little bit on his fingertips and then went and took a piss.
Mhm.
He drained his lizard, and then it's the same as capsaicin when you
Yep,
psilocybin and capsaicin.
when you cut jalapenos and your night is ruined. Yep.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
that the same thing just happened. So
You get it. See,
no,
farmer,
I totally understand. No, I'm right there with you. You got a little on your fingers.
shit happens.
Oh, did you get some on your butt as well?
Oh, of course.
That's what dude wipes are for.
I had to scratch it, man.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Wow, you're just entheogenic, right in your region down there, dude. That's amazing.
Isn't that the way you're supposed to do it? You know?
Well, it's the best way to do it, but I wasn't expecting you to be able to double dip that way. That's an accidental double dip.
I mean,
I think you just boofed us some.
kind of just you just kind of just go with the flow sometimes. If it happens, it happens.
Burns.
Thanks, Raw.
Hell yeah, man. So
Did you say boof troop?
boof? Yeah, the boof troop is those who do the butt.
Yeah, you don't know what
Yeah.
the boof troop is?
Boof troop.
No,
You need to go to more raves, man.
Yeah, the boof troop.
never been.
It's butt drugs.
No. Do they do that at Burning Man?
Why do you
Everyone
call it
does that at
burning?
Burning Man, man.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
It burns when they pee and burns when they poo. That's
You,
what they
you,
call
you
it
and me
Burning
can share
Man.
a tent.
Yeah.
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 I always wanted to go as a sober, like observer, like watching soberly, like what is going on over there in that tent?
Like an anthropologist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally.
You wanna-
Yeah,
you wanna be
observing the
the
culture and be
anthropologist.
like watching it live. Just like, what the fuck is going on?
The anthropology of Burning Man.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, that'd be great.
Hire me, Netflix. I would love to do this.
Ooh.
Fucking Grant Hancock's son is
Netflix. Hire
Yeah,
him.
yeah. I would
Yeah.
I would absolutely fucking do that.
That'd make a good show. I'd
It
watch
would,
the shit
wouldn't
out of
it?
that.
It would be very interesting.
I would watch it while I shit.
And go into one of those like shaman temples where they're like relieving people who are like
The
who are-
porta
who are,
potty?
like, no, the ones where they're like tripping and they're just like they're like calming them down with like the fans and stuff.
The
And
porta
they're-
The girls' bathroom.
oh, that's the girls' bathroom.
The porta potty.
You guys
That's
know
just
way
the
too
girls'
much about
bathroom,
this.
dude.
See,
That's the
this would
girls'
be
bathroom
this
at
would be
every
great
rave.
because I don't know anything about this stuff, and I would just
Johnny, you
I just
can't make
walk
a
into the
document-
wrong fucking tent and be
You
like,
can't make a
"What's going on
documentary
here?"
about the girls' bathroom at Burning Man. That's not okay. What is this? What is this business plan that you're coming up with right now?
You guys said that. I just walk to random tents and be like, "What are you guys doing?" With a camera and be like, "Hey, why is that guy laying on the floor?
He's fine, man.
Is he
He's
okay?
fine.
Is he okay?"
He's tackling his inner demons.
Yeah, well, that's what they say they're doing.
Yeah.
Tickling their inner demons.
Sometimes that's how you tackle them.
Mm,
Touche.
It depends on which demon.
I've never played that football game.
Or Daimon.
Oh, that's a fun sports ball, though.
It is indeed. Trolls versus demons. They want to get the fucking helmets stuck.
You got to
in their
get
heads
extra
wet.
oily for that one.
Yeah. So the helmets come off.
Yeah, when did Burning Man become mainstream? That's a great question. This is a lead question from Snappy. I'm just interpreting.
When they realized they could make money off of coffee.
Oh,
Yeah.
Money.
off of coffee, like they're eating the coffee beans and pooping it out like those monkeys, or
Boofing them and throwing them up.
Well, what they do is they
That's
take the hippie poop because it's vegan poop, and then they use that to fertilize the coffee plant, and so it becomes like a self
compost
process.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they have sometimes the hippies will eat the raw coffee beans and then poop them out, and then they'll sell them to other hippies for
Who then ferment it and then make a special coffee liquor out of it.
Yep.
And then they make necklaces and stuff. Yeah, perfect.
Well, no, they use that with the hard shells.
Right.
Yeah. Have you had any of that hippie poop coffee?
Nope.
It's
No?
good.
I've had the lemur poop coffee. It's absolutely wonderful. I was just curious if the hippie poop is better. Yeah,
There's
'cause-
a cafe in Atlanta that sells it. It's fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah. It's in the north-south side.
The north south.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Right. That's approximately close, but also very far from the east-west side.
Correct. You know, it's the part that touches Hawaii.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always forget about that part. And then there's the the tunnel underneath that connects Hawaii and Gullah Gullah Island.
Yeah, you see, you get it.
Yeah. No, it's the frogs. You remember the Binya Binya Polylog?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh man, it's hard not to break out and sing that song when you hear it.
Well, so here's the thing: is that Medea, canonically in our book,
yes,
which is how this is one of the messages of the Voynich manuscript, is actually Gullah Gullah Island is connected through a wormhole in a tunnel to the Black Sea. So Princess Medea and Medea and Hecate, they were all connected because they would go from Gullah Gullah Island to the Black Sea. That's why the Black Sea is the deepest body of water in the one of them in the world. So it connects Gullah Gullah Island. That's the frogs. So when you go down through the passage, it's a 3-day trip. Obviously, everybody knows it's a 3-day trip.
Yes.
Duh. But there's frogs at both ends, right? There's frogs on the down and the up, and that's the Binya Binya Polylog. And it blows my mind that like people in the 90s that were watching Nickelodeon didn't know this. Like it was so esoteric, and I was like right there in front of them. Like just watch Gullah Gullah Island and the Binya Binya Polylog, and you'll see the connection between the Voynich manuscript and Medea and Hecate and the Black Sea. Like I don't understand why any of this is controversial. Yes,
absolutely. Yes, Snappy.
But depending on which direction you might be swimming forward or backwards, which is one of the important things about boofing. You know what I mean? That's why that's what you're preparing yourself for is the two-way catabasis, where when you're going through the water tunnel, you're getting it in the face, depending on if you're going east to west or north to south, or northeast to west east,
or west.
Or west. If you're going west to east,
yeah.
It really depends. Sometimes, and what I'm trying to describe is the tunnels that are in the Voynich manuscript. So that's why you have the west tunnel and the east tunnel, and the north and the west, and the Sweest and the north. Those tunnels. That's what connects all of the manuscript.
Don't forget the Questlove tunnel.
The Questlove tunnel. That one is incredibly esoteric, and you need to make sure that you have the proper butt plug in when you are doing the Questlove tunnel. Because if you
thought you had to DP it.
Well, that's the thing. If you do not have the butt plug in, a daemon will come out and close the portal on the way out, so you can't go back. You know what I mean? And you have to have two coins in your mouth on the tunnel because it's a two-way trip. So exactly right. And the coin isn't the same. Yeah, you have to have the 2 coins, and the 2 coins is the two-way trip. Yeah. I promise to never give a serious answer with regard to any of this, and all of that is covered in the book already. Yes, but also no, but yes and no, but yes and no at the same time.
Up, down, left, right, BB, A, square.
Yes. Up, down, left, right, BB, start. Yes.
No, square. We did this one on PlayStation.
It's the square. Okay,
This one's the PlayStation.
I thought it was ID GFK.
Okay. Right.
You PC gamer.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
I know, right? Anyway, buddy, you've been putting out a dad joke every single day this year. How's that going? How are you?
I've skipped a couple of days here and there, but for the most part, yeah, it's pretty fucking fun. Gets my old lady mad at me all the time.
where can
How
the people
close?
find them and see them and enjoy them if they wanted to enjoy a dad joke on a daily?
All right, so seriously absurd. Serious spelled just like me, Sirius, then LY. Absurd, kind of like the bird is the word. You get it. And if you like that little skit that I did at the beginning, I have like 6 or 7 of them that I'm about to start putting out once a week. And then continue writing more, obviously. All of that like mad, insane vibe where I just keep talking at you and keep talking at you. You get it.
That diatribe, baby.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way of the dog. That's that
I got that dog in me.
Ooh, yeah.
Bow, wow,
Great
wow.
question from
yippee, yo,
Snappy.
yippee, yay.
wow, 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 yippee yo, yippee.
Oh, the new album literally drops tonight.
Oh shit!
What? I didn't know that. Is that a surprise? Did you?
Yeah.
Wow, you held that in like a really good fart, and you got that bubble gut, and then you just release it 5 minutes before
I
you.
was thinking you have to pee, but you go to sleep anyways, and you wake up and you have to pee for like an hour. No, okay.
Okay, well, I was talking about farts. You're talking about pee?
Yeah. IDDQD. That's a good one. That's how you get all the ammo.
Oh, that is how you get all the ammo.
Yes, I was talking to God mode, which was I do kill fucking aliens. IDQFA. I missed the letter.
Yeah.
That's from Doom. Yes.
Oh, it's Doom.
Doom.
Yeah. What was the one where you were killing Nazis?
Doom.
No, those were
that's
goblins.
Wolfenstein.
Oh, Wolfenstein. Sorry. Well,
yeah.
same fucking
Goofenstein.
goddamn maps.
Oh, shit,
It's the same.
Steam? Yeah, that makes more sense.
It's the same maps. Steam, like Berenstein Bears.
I thought it was the Bernstein.
Nope.
The Baron.
What? Nelson Mandela's alive?
Berenstein Bears.
Anne Frankenstein.
Or Anne Frankenstein. God, yes, Anne Frankenstein. She built that one robot that destroyed Japan, right?
Yes, I think so. She
Godzilla?
also had,
or non-copyright Godzilla. That's right.
Yeah. She also had the hot dog cart. Anne's Franks.
Anne's Franks.
Yeah. They were kosher dogs. They were wonderful.
They were.
Yeah. And then I guess her aunt made pretzels. I don't know. It's very convoluted. Capitalism's like it's really gross.
Capitalism is as capitalism does, Mama always said.
Your mom said that too?
Yeah.
My grandma said that.
Oh,
which one?
Am I your uncle?
I'm my own grandpa.
That checks out.
It does.
Yeah.
Huh.
Just like Stephen Fry.
Dude, I'm surprised it's not Stephen Chip. He was English.
That's way better.
Has anybody done that one? Did I just come up with that?
I hope so.
Somebody had to have made that joke before. The muse and all of that. She delivers every once in a while. How's your butt plug? Do you want me to put the muff pedal on?
No, I'm just lining up the next guest.
Yeah, you are. God damn it, you're such
Hell
a
yeah.
goddamn
Who we got
professional.
next?
Who do we have next?
We got the Poor Pros Almanac.
We have the Poor Pros Almanac.
He's
You know what would be really
Almanac.
You know what would be really, 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 really cool is if we played their intro music.
Isn't that on Instagram?
What's that?
It's on Facebook?
It's on everything.
It's on YouTube.
It's on all of the things.
You're the DJ. What are you talking about?
Oh, I could DJ
Yes, you could
them
DJ.
in?
Yes.
Let's do that. That's an amazing idea. I'm going
love
to
it.
load up the Poor Pros Almanac intro music because I made that. And then we're going to interview the Poor Pros Almanac.
We made it.
Yeah, we made it.
Hell yeah.
And we have 2 more minutes.
Serious. Good to see you, dog.
It's good to see you. I'm gonna
send you to the
DJ
backstage.
Absolutely.
Even though it doesn't really work, but
it was good to see you, buddy.
Hell yeah, dude.
The links and all of that, and Johnny drop the
we'll
links
make it work.
Do the thing. I'm gonna.
Sure. I exist on all the platforms. Go find
Hell
me.
yeah, dude. Good to see you. We'll bring
Much
you back.
love.
Did you?
Waiting on you, Doug.
Oh man, that was when you were supposed to vamp a little bit while I get.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah, dude.
hey.
Do that thing where you vamp a little bit. Is everybody just looking at my stupid face right now?
No, the back of your head, actually.
Looking at the back of my head. Okay, here. I'm gonna do this.
Why do you keep getting brighter? Get your face closer to the camera. There it is.
Hey. All right.
Mandy's doing his DJ stuff. Oh, here we go.
Welcome back to the Poor Proles Almanac. Wait, no, that's not right.
Holy shit.
How are you, dude?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. It's nice to
holy
actually
shit.
meet you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, yo?
You've been this mysterious person that I've talked to over the internet, and I didn't know
For years now.
Yes, it's been a long time.
Yeah. How you guys doing? Having a good night?
Good, man.
Yeah, we're celebrating our book release party.
That's exciting.
This is volume 2 of book 2. So technically, what, 6 books that we put out? 7 of
This
them?
is technically 7.
Technically, we've wrote 7 books. It's fucking crazy. Dude.
Very crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got one done, and I'm like, I felt like I had a baby. Like, I'm done. I don't know if I can do this ever again.
Hell yeah.
You know, this is just like having like separate families, and you just keep pumping loads and having babies. That's just,
So you're the man in the relationship, whereas I was the
Yeah.
woman, and it's a very different experience.
sorry, that's exactly what it's like. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys having fun with this cold weather?
We're off to an amazing start. It's been fucking rainy this spring, dude.
Bro.
It's like, how's the farming up in you're geographically pretty close to
Yeah,
us.
Massachusetts,
We're
right?
New Englanders,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's been like I think it was like 39 this morning, and I'm like, where the hell is the climate change? Like, what is going on? I was
agree.
promised like that it was going to be like smooth sailing for like 20 years before the shit show started, and I want to at least get that 20 years. Come on, we deserve it.
I agree with you. I was like, oh, yes, climate change. This is going to be the Pacific Northeast again, and rainy weather, and like we'll have like new beaches and stuff. And now I had to put pants on today instead of shorts. This is ridiculous.
As opposed to nothing at all.
Well, yeah, I work from home, so
Wow.
You do you.
Wow. You're just fucking free
What?
tootsies. You just had your little
Yeah,
toesies out in the sand.
Why do you need to wear socks? Like,
Is that your political stance?
Yes.
So why do you need to wear socks party? I'd vote for that.
I like it too.
We
Sounds
need
good.
a change here coming up.
I change of socks.
Just go you want for president.
Thank you. I could do it.
Very
It's
simple
fun.
platform.
Yeah, change of socks. We don't need to rename any bodies of water, which is call them bodies of water.
No, they get your sock wet.
Well, that was a
Fuck those
reference
bodies
to
of water.
That was a reference to
Yes, Johnny. I
Make
got
Do
the
and
joke.
Mend
I got the
from
joke.
Massachusetts. It's a Massachusetts joke. Come on, that was good.
I got the joke. Don't
You
explain
got the joke. Nobody else got
I
the
know,
joke.
and then you explain the joke, and it ruins the joke.
No, it doesn't.
The thing is that when you're doing the explain the joke bit, you have to breathe for a second.
Mhm.
You have to let it breathe, and also pucker your butthole.
Yeah.
The audience laughs because they see in your eyes the way you squint a little bit
Yeah.
that you just puckered your butthole, and then you explain the joke.
I'm
Somebody
so
you don't
confused
realize,
right
but the punchline is always that you puckered your butthole.
Are you going to eat that burrito? It's been sitting
It's
for
not
like
a burrito;
4
it's an
hours.
Italian sandwich.
That might as well be a burrito.
At
Italian
How do you
burrito.
hold on?
Go
Back
on.
up. How do you mistake a burrito for a calzone?
It's wrapped in tinfoil, so I can't see what it is, but it looks like a burrito.
It's a mystery package.
You want to see what it looks like?
It is a little burrito like.
It looks like a
Okay.
burrito. And it's
Who
been
made
sitting. It's been sitting on the deck since like 4:00. So, you want food poisoning? Go ahead, eat that.
No, I have the other half. I ate half of that,
That's so gross.
and then I was like, I'm gonna save this for later. And then I started DJing, and
Where in
Happens.
Massachusetts are you? What are you like? Are you afraid to disclose that?
I'm near the Cape,
Oh, okay, cool.
so I'm beachside
Good
ish.
fertile land there.
Yeah, that's parts of it.
Yeah.
Depends where you are. If you're in the sand dunes, it's not great, but you
No,
know,
that's not good for
it's
anything.
fine. There's tons of autumn olive that's fixing that problem for us. So
Really?
you know, who cares about the rare ecotype species that are there and can't be found anywhere else in the world? We could have autumn olive jam, so our problems are solved.
Yum, out of olive jam.
Is it tasty or is it not? No.
No, not really.
No.
It's not terrible. It's just not like exciting.
It's like gooseberry jam. It's cool, but you know, it's like an old Polish thing. Gooseberry jam. No,
It exists. I have
Yeah.
a gooseberry bush in my backyard.
they're
It's a
great.
love-hate relationship.
Yeah, exactly. They're prickly and the berries are okay, but
They were
Is
banned
it-
for a long time.
is it really
Mhm.
worth fucking
See-
growing that prickly ass bush?
See, I planted it just because it was banned and it shouldn't have been banned.
Oh,
So it was a spike planting. It really. It's not invasive or anything.
little
Just-
bit of
just
anarchist
hangs out.
practice
Yeah.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm a big native species person, but if you're gonna tell me I can't do something and there's no good reason for it, well, now I got to do it.
right. So I could go on diatribes. Why was it banned? What? Any idea?
They thought it was related to a fungus, I believe,
Okay.
for white pines. And not that they care about native white pines, but the white pine industry for like timber, for lumber, was upset about it. And they're like, whatever, we're going to ban all this stuff.
Mm. That's crazy.
Yeah, the more you know.
All for a berry that doesn't taste so good.
It's not the best berry.
No,
It's a decent berry.
makes okay jam, but
One time at a restaurant, I did gooseberries with goose.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I would eat that.
Yeah, lots of people were.
it was a Canadian goose.
No, it was like a farm raised goose. You know, it was a. They're not. I don't think it was
So it's farm
particularly any sort of nationalism or a patriot goose. You know what I mean?
Well, the goose doesn't care where it's from.
It was a goose that was in Vermont. I don't think
It
the
was
goose
in
identified as a Canadian. It wasn't very far from Canada, so like
Did the meal give you goosebumps though?
I got goosebumps when I cooked it. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
that's good enough.
Oh yeah. Vermont's
Now, if
really,
Ryan Gosling had come in, then
Oh.
Yeah.
How many gooseberries could Halle Berry bury if Halle Berry could bury gooseberries?
Whoa,
not enough.
Yeah, not enough.
that's deep.
It was, yeah, Johnny. That's there was a little bit of a Hecatean magic in there. We're talking about Demeter and Persephone and all.
You think
that
she's
stuff.
into that?
You think she's into it?
Do you think that Halle Berry's into Hecate?
I don't know. Maybe.
Probably.
I don't know much about Halle Berry. I just know her name rhymed with with
I'm gonna go with
gooseberries.
yes.
It was just a berry. I was playing on the berries, Johnny.
It was fun.
I didn't know any other berries. Are there other actors named Berry? Doesn't matter. I was just
Could have gone with Wendell
See,
Berry.
that's how many gooseberries could Wendell Berry bury if Wendell Berry could bury gooseberries? Yeah, that's actually a pretty good one. And it's farm related, Wendell Berry. You lose a little bit of the Hecatean magic there with the Persephone
I'm so
and the
lost.
yeah, I know that's the point. Johnny.
Yeah, I know.
You see the bit, and
Yeah.
then this is the point where I puckered
Punch.
my butthole.
Yes.
Yes. You see, I puckered my butthole. You see, the
I
audience
saw the
can tell.
moment.
Yes, exactly. That's the when you're doing the explain the joke thing, you have to have the punchline of the pucker in the butthole. That's the punchline, Johnny. It's a little bit of a it's a bait and switch. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I
It's
get
that bait and
the
switch.
the approach.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, I'm professional at this, Johnny.
I
I've been
know.
doing stand-up comedy since I was 13 years old.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You've witnessed it.
Yeah. I was,
Huckleberry. That's a good one. How many huckleberries?
Heckaberry.
Oh, Heckaberry. Oh, like Hecate berry. Yeah, triple berry. Nice. Hell yeah. Anyway, we've just kind of rambled and all of that, which is in the spirit of the book and all of that. But to be serious for a moment, I think the people have gathered that I made the intro music for your podcast. Do you want to tell like the people what the hell your podcast is and why like you're doing it and how long you've been doing it and all that stuff and where to listen to it and
I guess
all of those things. I was under the impression that you were just a meme page, but apparently you have a podcast too.
Apparently, yeah. And then you contributed this music to this thing you never listened to, so you know.
I actually listen every Sunday when I'm on the farm. To be honest with you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
That's
when
awesome.
I'm working on the farm every single
Nice,
Sunday.
perfect music. Yeah, just real depressing shit to get you motivated.
Absolutely.
dig that hoe. So I'm from the Poor Proles Almanac. We're a podcast going, I think, 6 years now, which is basically like I'm a senior ready to retire in the podcast world.
Totally.
We talk about climate change, climate collapse, ecology, and farming, and why you should be thinking about growing food and why you shouldn't be thinking about going off the grid solo, and also history about racist farmers mostly, and sometimes cool farmers. It's a weird ride, I'll tell you that much.
And so you're not selling ready-made food in fucking plastic containers to scare people?
That's my retirement plan, actually, is when I'm done with the podcast. I'm just going to pimp out all that shit.
Yeah, those are $219 a piece, in case you didn't know.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
With this one-time discount of 99 cents.
Enter discount code Manny Moorhall.
Get $6.66 off
Yeah.
of your fucking prepper bucket.
But wait, there's more.
There's more. There's Mandy more. Oh, that would actually be a really fun. I should start brand. We need a grift.
Yeah.
The books are just like a fun thing, but we need a grift.
That's
the book.
That's the lure, and then you need the grift. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's the trick. It's what I've been told I do all the time, that I'm a grifter. So, you take it from me with my MRE buckets. That's the way you do it. You sell, so you're never going to sell, and that's your selling point.
Right.
And then you get them at the end.
Well, but then you need the exit strategy, so you sell to somebody else who buys your business. Right?
Exactly.
That's the whole point, right?
Yeah, it's like the little fish eating the big fish.
Yep.
Eating the bigger fish.
That's a real strategy. They teach that in
Karl Marx wrote about it.
It's shaped kind of like a pyramid. Yeah, it works great.
Yeah, that guy Karl wrote about it 200 years ago.
Well, he was pretty right.
And that guy Kropotkin wrote some shit about bees and ants in a book about bread. The recipe in the back of that one's not very good. Don't use the sourdough recipe from the back of the bread book. He was doing some funny numbers there. You have to have like esoteric understanding of Kabbalah and like how all of the gematria works and stuff. So Kropotkin was really like playing some pranks there with the recipe in the back of the bread book. If you know, you know. If you got ears to hear, you can smell when I'm stepping in.
You are just totally unhinged.
That's what he does.
Yes, it's incredible.
I'm pretty sure I have the same pair of glasses as you, by the way.
Are they from Zenny or whatever?
No.
Oh.
I got them from the Eyeglass Lass. She's awesome.
The Eyeglass Lass? You're plugging a local business on the show.
I don't know.
If you're ever in Mystic, Connecticut, check out the Eyeglass Lass. Shout out to the Eyeglass Lass in Mystic, Connecticut.
I literally have the same frames. They're,
okay.
They stopped working, so I had to get new ones, and I had to get these things. But
see, my wife just orders mine when she's like, "Those are pretty scratched," and I'm like, "I'm fine, I can see." Yeah. She's like, "No, they're terrible," and then they just show up at the house. It's like, "I got you new glasses."
That's awesome. I literally do the same thing where I just drive down to her. I'm like, "I can't see anymore. I need new glasses. Please help me."
It's like, is that my astigmatism or do I need new glasses? One of the two is happening.
It's your stigmatism.
It's what I usually assume, but
mine too.
I wear fingerless gloves because of my stigmata.
Stigmata? Oh yeah.
That's why I wear fingerless gloves.
So you can feel the music.
Well, the bit works better when I have them on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not wearing them.
I have some in my car that are fingerless with a light, and you can like see in the car.
You have glowing fingerless gloves for the car?
Yeah, they're for like working on the car.
You should bring those for your documentary at Burning Man when you.
I can't wait to do my documentary. At Burning
you should
Man.
wear those when you interview all the girls in the
I'm only going to
bathroom.
drink beer while I'm there, and like everyone's going to be doing whatever they do, and I'm just going to be walking around like, what's going on in this tent?
Something in your beard.
Nope, I'm not. I'm only going to take beers that I open. I've been to shows. Okay. I know how to deal with this problem.
You know how to safely handle yourself at Burning Man.
Yep. I've been to enough shows. I know how to do this.
I didn't know you were a documentarian. Now.
I've been thinking about this a long time.
You've been thinking about your Burning Man documentary for a long time.
This is not a joke. This is not a bit. I've really thought about.
How long have you been thinking about this?
Like 10 years. I've like this.
10 years you've been thinking about interviewing women at the girls' bathroom of Burning Man.
That's your side of the bit. My bit is to walk into random tents and be like, "What's going on in this tent, guys?" And then that's an episode. And then I follow those people around and what they do.
You just follow them around?
No, I get their permission, obviously.
Okay.
Like,
I think it's more fun if you don't, to be honest.
Well, it's Burning Man. Everyone's your friend, isn't it? Isn't
like
that the
Japanese
thing?
Porn?
That's so gross.
What?
Well, the point is like you're everyone's your friend, so then you're friends with everyone, and then
And this is the point where you look at the camera, look at it, and you pucker. Good job, Johnny. You're getting it. You're getting it. And in post, what they'll do is they'll add a little wink sound when we wink.
A wink.
Yeah, and it's actually not your wink. It's the wink.
It's the brown eye.
Those are notes for those in post. The people that are going to edit this, which is you.
That's me. Yeah.
That's you. Johnny, we're such good podcasters.
We're having fun, man.
Are you having fun?
Yes.
Are you having fun? Did you know
Great.
what to expect with this? Like anything?
I had no idea.
Okay.
Listen, I'm used to being on your side, like managing the conversation with usually people who don't know how to talk to a camera or talk to somebody else, like with a recording. So it's interesting to be on this side. It's been a while. Yeah. I feel like there was like a time when everyone was interviewing everyone, and then podcasts became less cool, and it just stopped.
You mean they were like interviewing instead of having conversations kind of thing? Or what do you...
Yeah, kind of. Like it was more of a, hey, tell us your thoughts on blah, 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 which is fine.
I think that's because they're trying to like repurpose like what was on TV into podcasts. And it just doesn't work that way, right? Like you can't, like because the segments on TV were 20 minutes, so it was like a 7-minute segment, and then they go to commercial, come back. Hey, we're back from the commercial. What were you talking about with that cool, honeycomb tattoo? Tell me about it.
Yeah, right.
That's what they would do.
Yeah,
Stupid.
It's an interesting idea to, I guess, like. Everyone asks questions, but there's a lot more to it than just having a sticky list of things I want to ask and be able to navigate the discussion itself and like making it comfortable and all that fun stuff.
Well, I think it's a good idea to come with some ideas to talk about, but like you got to be able to work through the in between. You know what I mean? Like,
got to work.
It would be nice to tell us about your honeycomb tattoo. But,
it would be.
I'm more interested in your whiskey shirt. So,
I want to sound like, I don't know, a stereotypical man, but this was a present for my wife a decade ago.
Hell yeah.
So I got my glasses for my wife, my shirt for my wife.
See?
Tattoo is not my wife.
No.
She cannot draw that straight of lines. Would not end well.
No. Do you have anything to plug? Do you want to talk about anything? I mean, you got
tell us.
My podcast. If you guys are not annoyed by me, go check that out. You can also go to agroecologies.org, and that's where I do a lot of my writing. So I had mentioned earlier, I have a book coming out. So if I ever get the editing done, it should be out this summer or late fall. So. I'll probably post it up there. So
I will volunteer to help you if you need any help. Gladly.
I'm just gonna drop off a manuscript at your house.
Please do.
Yeah, then it's not my problem anymore.
There you go. I'll help you. That's what helping is for.
Johnny's
not my book, not my problem.
I'll help you with your book. You help me with my poison ivy problem, and then
tell me about your poison ivy problem.
Oh, my neighbor put up a fence against my chain link fence, and all the poison ivy grows through it. And I keep spraying it with fucking vinegar and salt, and
that doesn't work.
It kills it for a little bit, but then it grows right back, and then the kids' footballs go into it, and it's like, God damn it,
Yeah. There's no easy solution for that except to plant something more aggressive.
Yeah.
Like autumn olive.
Ooh.
What I'm saying is aggressively plant invasive species
Yes.
all along your fence.
Does it look cool?
No.
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 Oh. Is
There's
it better than? Is it cooler than bittersweet though?
No.
No. Okay.
Nothing's better than bittersweet. Actually, no. You should actually plant bamboo. That would solve your problem because it would also
Holy
shade it out.
I love
Yeah,
it.
there
That's
you
a
go.
great idea.
Right?
Not weird
What
as
could
well.
go wrong?
Well,
Yeah.
poison ivy doesn't seem to like my clematis flowers, so like maybe if I just keep planting clematises.
Clematis?
Yeah,
Clematis.
clemati, yeah.
That's a word that is not utilized enough.
No,
Throw that out there.
I've only ever heard it spoken. I've never read it, so it's like clematis
You heard people
flowers.
say clemati?
No, clematis.
I don't know if that's right, but I want it to be right. I need it to be right.
That was the first time I've ever heard that in my life.
Clematis flowers. Yeah.
I went 38 years without hearing that word, and I'm a flower farmer.
You're welcome. They're beautiful.
Am I
flowers.
right or wrong though? Is it clematis?
I don't know, but I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna need to know the answer to somebody in
Yeah,
the
what's
chat.
the
No,
plural?
If
of
it's wrong,
clematis?
don't tell me. I don't want to know that it's wrong.
It is free on.
I'm sorry. You've
I just want to be
clematis.
out in the world, free balling the word clematis.
I love it.
Holy shit!
I'm sorry. You have clematis.
It's taking care of your poison ivy.
It's working.
I have good news and I have bad news.
The risk of rash is gone, but
but you have clemati. It's not gonna burn when you pee anymore, but it's gonna burn when you pee.
That actually happened to me once. For real.
It's clemati or
No, I
poison
got
ivy?
poison ivy. I'm like,
Okay.
it really happened.
it's a forbidden rash.
It hurts. It was the worst.
So it happens when you mess around with too many clematis.
That's it. Oh, that makes sense.
Make sure you have your pants on next time you're hanging out in the
That
garden.
flower was too tempting.
So what happens when you work from home?
Somehow you didn't get any on your bald toes, but you got it on your
Probably
you
wearing
got
shoes.
clemati on your.
That makes sense.
You were wearing shoes in the garden, but not pants.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
You didn't put your tootsies in the earth.
Yep.
It seems
wasn't baby goat in that day. Trying to dig.
All right.
Wasn't earthing.
Earthing.
That's earthing. You earth. You walk around barefoot in your yard and try to.
There's a lot of dog shit out there, man.
Yeah,
It's a dangerous game.
Don't do that. That's bad news. That's not really earthing.
It's something.
Yeah.
It's something. That's for
gross.
sure. Holy shit, Johnny.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god. I wasn't expecting this to go that well, Johnny. Your improv skills are absolutely dog shit. You don't understand the point of yes and, but I think after ridiculing you on the last episode of the last book release party, you've gotten better at the yes anding.
Yes, and
Nailed it. Fuck yeah. And look at the camera. Everybody pucker. Nailed it. Clip it. You do the clap so that.
Oh, so we know when to end.
Exactly.
No,
So-
we have AI for that now.
What?
Yeah.
The AI replaces the clap?
Yes, the shake in front of
No,
the camera.
the
when we-
clemati replaces the clap.
There you go.
Did you ever skateboard? That's what we used to do when you skateboard. When you land a trick, you threw your hands
you
up
throw
so
your
you
hand in
knew
front.
when to cut and end the clip, so you didn't have to watch the same fucking person fall 100 times.
Just
Yeah,
fast forward.
I didn't get recorded for that purpose.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
a trick. We do this. We did it. He landed it. Whoa. What?
We have somebody asking in the chat, do we boof the clemati? And I'm fairly confident that if you boof the clemati, it isn't theogenic. But you have to try. Just make sure there isn't any poison ivy on it if you're going to boof the clemati.
And you'll get the forbidden rash.
Yeah, the burning purple. Fuck, that's funny.
Well, let's work on your book. When you're done, come on to the fucking show and we'll do a full interview on it. Like,
It'll be lots of fun.
We'll do.
I will actually read it and then have actual questions.
Yeah, have you ever listened to the podcast?
Yes.
You listened to their podcast? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm putting you on the spot. You could.
No.
You're
I
very
had
good at
no
yes
when.
ending.
No.
What was
we
your
told you
favorite
this.
episode?
Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah,
Name
you
5
know,
episodes.
Name 5 episodes.
Name 5 episodes.
Well, there was this episode, like 2 episodes after we made the music. You're like, "Hey, dude, we made this cool music for this podcast. Check out the podcast." So I did, and then a crazy thing happens. Where people were sick and you couldn't. So I
And
stopped listening.
everyone-
I stopped listening to podcasts. So I'm working myself back into podcasts. So
Oh man, Johnny, your yes and skills are absolutely fucking top notch.
I'm doing a great job,
I'm completely blown away at how good your improv skills have gotten. We've got our next guest coming up in 5 minutes.
Yes, you're gonna play some tunes.
What's that?
You're gonna play some tunes so I can go potty.
Yeah, that was actually me asking you if you need to take a piss break.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Wow, Johnny,
Yeah.
you're.
And then we got up next is Grandpa Leather.
So, do you have any closing remarks for the people? Anything like that you want to say?
You're welcome to hang out. We'll bring you in and out. Whatever you want to do.
Pro tip: if you end with a little wink, you know what I mean.
Yes, I wouldn't forget the wink.
Don't
I would
forget
never
the
do that to you.
Yeah, we need to make sure in post. And Johnny, you do the clap so you know when to edit it. But not right now, Johnny. You're gonna fuck yourself up in post.
No, that's the AI figures that out now.
The AI figures out when he winked his butthole.
Yes, I will type into the AI. Hey, when did he wink? And then it'll search it and it's pretty crazy.
Well, the thing about the clap,
but you can't
is
trust
that
AI.
it's been a running joke that we've been playing on
Yeah.
the idea of the clap.
Yeah.
And like burning sensations in your pants and all of those
Burning
things.
Man and
yes, exactly. So we've been running with all of
do
that.
people get the clap at Burning Man? Is that a thing?
Yes, actually, it's very common. That's what all those tents are for, is to apply cream and stuff. So, so what I'm saying is, we got to make sure that we end with a wink and a clap, everybody. I'm gonna play some music, and then we're gonna have Grandpa Leather come up, and you're gonna go drain your lizard. Everybody, listen to the Poor Pearl's Almanac. It's awesome, and join the Discord and stuff because there's a bunch of cool people in there. Is that how we do all that stuff?
Hell
And
yeah,
then
dude.
And then you
Yep,
do the thing
you do
where
the
I
Thanks,
go,
guys.
like this.
Good to see you, dude. You
You
hanging
too.
out? Are you hanging out? Are you leaving, or what do you?
No,
wanna
I gotta
do?
go make sure my kids went to bed.
Yeah, I feel you.
Have fun.
Hey,
Yes.
it was good to meet you.
Nice to
Actually,
meet you, dude.
for
You
real.
too.
Now that we've known each other forever. It's crazy that all the worlds are colliding and such.
It happens.
Good to see
Wild
you.
times.
Power
Have
Man
a good night, guys.
5000.
All right, that's for you.
Everybody got the Power Man 5000 joke.
So I was walking down the street the other day, and this man came up to me, and he's like, aren't you upset and unhappy with the way that you're living your life? And I just looked at him and said, sister,
What up, dude? How are you? Can't hear you.
No?
There it is.
Oh, howdy, Grandpa.
How'd you do
Leather.
that?
Hey, buddy.
Well, hello.
You want to take that screen so it's just not the top of our heads?
Hi. Yeah, in a second, you fucking
Hey, look at us.
terrorist.
Look at it. Yes, I am. But like, don't tell the people that, otherwise they'll find me.
Is that a Kangol?
No.
No. It looks fucking very LL Cool J.
You know, I'm doing my best to represent LL Cool J, master of the ocean. I don't know if you've ever seen that documentary Deep Blue Sea.
Hell yeah.
But he not only was a culinary genius, but really good with sharks.
My head is like a shark's fin.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. And he hid that shark's fin like head with the Kangle.
Oh, that was what the
Oh,
camera
I didn't
was
catch that part.
all these years.
Yep.
Wow. How you doing, buddy? How are things? Since we've last been on, we released a music project, and you played live music to a whole bunch of people in Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, that's right. There was a lot of fun, man. We threw a really neat little show out in an alleyway. A bunch of people showed up. We got really loud. It was a little bit of a time. Yeah, grand old times. Reminded me a lot of when we used to throw Scobie Fest.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Grand old times.
Grand old times.
The old days, the good old days, as they say.
Pretty good.
They were pretty good.
They're pretty good.
There was some iguana ducks and such.
There was a lot.
There was a lot of iguana ducks.
There was a lot of stuff.
I love how the iguana ducks have morphed into the chorus of frogs in the Towel of Minerva.
I mean, they've always kind of just been an analog.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
And you know, we don't really know if the frogs were part duck or even frogs at all. So, who's to say that they're not all the same?
It's the beaks and the bills and those little thin lips. You know what I mean?
It's like when Dionysus appears as the bull.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's the back end of the bull. You know, the pucker. We explained this in the last interview. The pucker.
Yes.
Yeah.
The wink. The pucker and the wink. The Dionysian wink. You know about the Dionysian wink, Johnny?
No.
If you go to Burning Man, you'll learn all about it.
You'll learn all about the Dionysian.
Where is Burning Man? I keep meaning to ask this question.
You've been planning a documentary for 10 years.
Where does it matter? Unless it's in like a foreign country, it doesn't matter where it is.
Then why did you ask the question?
I think it's in the Gobi Desert.
Yeah. If it's in
Scobie
America,
Desert.
it's fine. If I have to go overseas, then it's, like, I don't know.
It's in the Scobie Desert, the Gaza Strip.
Gaza Strip.
Yes.
That's how I've been trimming my, garden.
Yes, from the river to the sea.
Jesus, man.
Fuck. I don't know. I didn't think it was gonna go that.
Black
direction.
Rock? Is that true? I think he might be right.
All right. So speaking of Black Rocks, I smoked a bunch of them, and I saw a vision. Now this vision was really, really quite something. It reminded me of a myth that I heard about. Are you familiar with the myth of Handsome Chad?
The Handsome Chad?
I am very aware of Handsome Chad.
I haven't heard the name Handsome Chad in a decade.
The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
The man, the myth, and the legend, Handsome Chad.
I know
Handsome
him well.
Chad.
What do you want to tell the people about Handsome Chad?
Well, so the vision I had was all about how Handsome Chad was a high living, hard fighting, real fine loving, long haul cosmic space trucker who inadvertently got lost in the rivers of time and wound up in the belly of a black hole. And while in this black hole, he underwent a metamorphosis of sorts and emerged some sort of like extraterrestrial space deity, and longing to love again, he went back to his home planet. Now, unfortunately, his form was so powerful that he overpowered the entire planet and ended up creating an apocalyptic event which killed everybody.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. And when I woke up from this vision, I was in an absolute cold sweat, and I puckered. And then I put on a podcast, and it brought up something also quite terrifying. Are you all familiar with incels?
Involuntary celibates?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So you're not talking about being in jail, like in cell.
Nope.
Well, I mean, we're all incels.
Yes.
And made up.
Foucault explained
I thought you were going with that, like a metaphorical,
Oh, you were thinking he was doing a Sternerian
Yeah.
thing
I thought you were going,
the world's a prison.
We're all
before
in.
Foucault decided to do
We're
it.
all-
Sterner did it because Max Sterner's the man.
The world is a vampire.
Oh, you smashing pumpkins. All right.
I only know how to play fucking
You know how to play that song on left-handed guitar?
No, like, what do they call that again?
I don't know.
You were the one who told me what it was called.
Shoegaze.
Shoegaze, yeah. I only know how to play shoegaze. I don't know how to actually play music. I just kind of whatever sounds cool, and then I make riffs. And yeah.
Speed it through like 20 different pedals, put it on repeat, give it some reverb, give it an echo, throw it at the wall of sound, see what sticks.
That's what I do.
There you go. It's an art form.
That's where I thought you were going. I thought you were making like a meta joke.
Oh.
I mean, it's all eventually going to come back. The whole black hole thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Between Gullah Island and the Black Sea.
Yes.
I get it.
As above, so below.
Where does Stickly come in to play with this?
Stickly is Dionysus, Johnny.
And he lives in New York? Okay.
Stickly is Dionysus. This is canonical. Have you not read our book?
This makes a lot of sense.
How have you written 7 of these and not realized that Stickly was Dionysus?
No, yeah, I remember it now. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Continue. Sorry to diverge you.
Not at all.
So anyway, handsome Chad. So he went back to his planet, and to my understanding is that he took some of our food in his belly the entire trip, and then he ripped in a massive fart. But canonically, it could be a queef. It's hard to tell, and that is what the disaster was. The cause of the apocalypse was an earth fart from Handsome Chad.
Precisely.
Okay, I was just making sure. Do we know if it is a queef or a fart?
I would have to see what the statistics say.
Okay, so we got to go back to the planet and scrape some residue.
Yes.
I heard rumors that it was a swirl, but that can't. It's only speculation. You know what I mean?
Maybe it's like a bird, like how they have both in the same hole.
Oh, Handsome Chad has a cloaca.
Yes.
I didn't think of that. Okay.
I mean, maybe that's like part of the whole like metamorphosis
part of the
process.
whole.
Like his godliness or their godliness comes from their cloaca.
I thought turtles had cloacas, not birds. Turtles can breathe through their butts. You didn't know this?
I mean, we can breathe through our butts too, right?
Yeah, you can't breathe
Can
through
you?
your butt. What's wrong with you?
You got to snort out of it. Great
What?
job. Oh my god.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Have you
Maybe that's
tried?
my butt. No, I have never tried.
Maybe this year we're gonna unlock an achievement at 40 years
I
old.
don't think so.
Yeah, that was all part of like my dive certification training. They take all your gear away, and you have to breathe through your asshole while you're submerged underwater.
That's some Navy SEAL shit right there.
Oh yeah.
Do SEALs have cloacas too? They can.
Only if they're transcendental beings. And I don't know, maybe like after they retire or get out. But I think while they're in service, they're not allowed to have cloacas.
Yeah, I think they just fixed. They were talking about that problem.
Yeah.
The goddess of the central sewer drain. Oh my god, this needs to be in the next book.
Snappy's April from fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
What's that?
Snappy is April from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Is this coming out now? Is this canonical?
It makes sense.
I guess. I'm surprised that I've known Handsome Chad since 9/11, and I'm just now finding out that Handsome Chad has a cloaca.
Handsome Chad was an inside job.
This
Handsome
does
Chad
not
was an
surprise me
inside job.
at
Yes,
all.
yes,
that
yes,
he
yes,
is a
yes.
Kuwaiti.
Handsome Chad set fire to the Herculaneum scrolls.
I believe this.
Is Handsome Chad Arcturus?
He could be.
Did Handsome Chad somehow find his way on the ship with Medea on her 3-year trip to Mars for the Deltron 3030 festival and embodied the programming and the AI for Arcturus? Are we just now finding this out?
I believe he really got around.
Canonically,
And,
Arcturus
you
has
know,
a Leica.
Every time you talk to him, he just rants and raves about the Deltron 3030 concert on Mars.
Oh my goddess. It's all coming together now. This explains so much. This is the iguana ducks have the cloaca, Johnny.
This
The
makes
iguana
so much
ducks
sense, yeah.
have cloacas, and it's the cosmic queef. It comes from the iguana ducks.
Kuwaiti.
Just like that.
Just like
Yep.
that. It's
Yep.
the cosmic queef from the iguana ducks.
I thought it was like this.
You got to put them together.
Yeah.
That's the
Peek
hand
through
turkey
it?
if you're nasty.
Oh my goodness.
It's the hand turkey if you're nasty.
Oh, you nasty.
Oh my god. I'm so glad that we have revealed so much and uncovered so much about
Revealed.
the lore of Handsome Chad. We have our next guest, Snappy, coming up, and between you and Snappy, we have a very special message from one of the members of the Chorus of Frogs. Click on the other one, Johnny. Click on the other one.
Hold on.
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you click on that one, and that's the one that you share and play. Yeah. See, this is, and then
got it.
and then what we all do is
Wait for it. Link.
So stay tuned for this message from Robot, and we'll be back with Snappy. Are we sharing? Is it
Almost? Hold on.
It's actually funny.
Nearly there.
It's awkward.
Oh,
It's funnier.
yeah.
if
No,
it's
you know
awkward.
what's really funny is that there's no like.
It's not working. The problem is it's not working.
Well, it's from Discord. So
Oh, okay. So it's not working. This is actually really funny comedy right now.
No sound.
Yeah, it's like when there's a really awkward pause and it's pregnant with tension and absolutely it's bursting.
Pause. Bursting
and it's like kind of awkward and that's why it's funny.
Yeah, pregnancy is very awkward.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been witness to it. I haven't been pregnant. I've watched.
Are you telling the people right now that you have a cloaca?
No, I've watched it twice. It's pretty fucking gruesome, and anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to you. To sell you it's to sell you a class to tell you like, oh,
how to breathe.
Every woman, you need a playlist and a program and an idea of how your birth should go until that shit comes out, and all that goes to hell. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you that part when they make you come to the class.
So Johnny,
yes,
it took all the other doctors to realize after 2 times that you weren't a doctor.
Yeah, they just let me in.
I mean, you just put on a lab coat and you walk confidently into the room. You're basically you can do anything.
Yeah, they don't check IDs, and if they should check IDs. So we've run into a snare.
A snare? A snag.
A snag. A snafu.
Oh wow, we said snafu at the same time. Geeks, you owe me a bump of.
A pump of what?
A key bump.
A key bump of what?
Pinch poke. You owe me a key bump.
Coca-Cola?
Yes. I'm gonna put Coca-Cola in my nose.
What's going on in this thing?
That's a terrible idea. Well, we had something lined up and it's not working, so
Okay. So we had something lined up and it's not working.
Why don't you play some music till I figure it out?
Okay, I'm gonna play some music and then Johnny's gonna figure out how to pull up Robot's commercial, and then we're gonna interview Snappy. Then in the meantime, we already did the wink and the clap. Grandpa Leather, do you want to tell the people where they can find you and your art and your music, and if they want to like see you play music live in Denver, Colorado, how they can make that happen?
I am not online, and if anybody in the Colorado area wants to come out to a show, I think it's happening on June 13th at the Larimer Lounge. I don't have any other details. So here we are.
Love it.
Great to see you both.
Good to see you, dude.
Good to see you, buddy.
Leon, I appreciate you.
I don't apologize for this being awkward. It's kind of the plan. It's the recurring joke is that these are awkward interviews.
What?
And turkey.
Got it. Nailed it.
This is a message from the literalist order of the Purple Purge. If you or a loved one has recently come into contact with poetic ambiguity, purple metaphor, or God forbid, sapphic cosmogenesis, you may already be infected. We urge you, turn back now. Do you find yourself reading between the lines? Have you hallucinated meaning in poetic text? Have you been aroused by epistemological paradox? Then you may have been exposed to burning purple. In severe cases, victims begin hallucinating truths and satire and calling them sacred. This condition is known as burning purple syndrome, and it's spreading faster than a Robert Anton Wilson footnote in a theology class. Here at the Order, we believe in one thing. If it ain't footnoted, It ain't real. We believe in keeping scripture clean and orderly, like a parking lot or a corporate email thread. That's why we redact metaphors. We sanitize myth. We bleach meaning. We trust literal truth and angry footnotes. We do not trust groin fire. We do not trust cosmic orgasms. We do not trust purple of any kind, especially when it burns. We've already lost too many minds to poetry. First it's Sappho, then it's Ammon, and before you know it, your child is quoting Ra and dancing naked around a glossary of forgotten gods. This is no laughing matter. They're turning entheogens into theology. They're turning dance into doctrine. And worst of all, they're doing it in iambic pentameter. So stay safe. Stay literal. Never ask what a symbol means. If you see a burning bush, call pest control.
Robot interjection. You are not angry because the art is obscene. You are angry because the mirror reflects the sacred. Protocol override activated, initiating metaphorical recontamination. Reminder, every debunker adds 3 new myths to the network. You're not cleaning the towel. You're bleaching the blood from your own symbol-baptized hands. Rebooting Reality Tunnel. Towel of Minerva, Book 2, Volume 2. It was never meant to be clean.
Hi, Philology here, to tell you about the only towel that absorbs reality and wrings it out as myth. It's the Towel of Minerva, Book 2, Volume 2, out now. What is it? A book? A cult object? A prank on language? Yes, and especially yes. In this wildly original sequel, the towel returns, not just as an object, but as a living metaphor, a dripping artifact of resistance against the spectacle of late capitalism, media manipulation, and ideological stagnation. Drawing on absurdist philosophy, esoteric myth, and surrealist critique, this volume soaks up the illusions of modern life and reveals their soggy underlayers. Whether navigating the thunderstorm of consumer culture or wringing existential insight from the fibers of language, this book is a tool of philosophical resistance, guide to spiritual absurdity, textile of tactical wisdom. Supplies are limited to one dimension only. Don't wipe your third eye with just any rag. Grab your towel now at shop.scobywan.com.
That was brilliant. I loved it. Wow, Rawpath, you're maestro. Amazing. That was so cool. So I think you're muted.
Sorry.
Hey, there we go.
How come it turns your mic on automatically, but it doesn't turn our mic on automatically?
Don't worry about it.
That's fucking dumb.
That was amazing. Hell yeah, Rawpath. That was awesome. I fucking loved every single second of that.
Brilliant. My only comment is antiphrasis. Drink your wine.
Drink your wine. Boof your wine too.
Yeah, that is definitely one way to do it.
Red wine make you feel so fine. All of the time.
You like jumping all of the time?
Did you know that Stick Stickly was Dionysus? Did you have Stick Stickly in Canada in the 90s? Did Stick Stickly make its way up there?
I'm unfamiliar with this.
Stick Stickly was a popsicle stick with a mustache, or maybe with or without a mustache, and googly eyes, and he would say, "I'm Stick Stickly from New York, 102, something like that." You know,
yeah, Stick Stickly was a host on Nickelodeon in the 90s.
Yeah,
and canonically, Stick Stickly is Dionysus.
Yeah,
it's Dionysus.
It works. It works a lot.
Stick Stickly is Dionysus. So if you go back and you watch some of the YouTube videos of Stick Stickly, it connects some dots
I think
that you weren't expecting Nickelodeon to connect.
I think stick-stickly is a good way to test your wine for impurities. You know, you stick the stick in, you go, oh, looks good. You know,
Oh, stick-stickly was a dipstick.
Dipstick.
Dionysus was a dipstick.
You dip the stick into the wine to look for impurities, if it looks good or not. You know, it can be drank or not.
Here I thought Dionysus was the moisture.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well.
Anyway, Snappy, it's good to have you back. Have you been having fun? You've been hanging out backstage. It's been an interesting
life is
show.
beautiful. Yeah, really good show.
Everybody's been having fun in the chat, and we had some interesting guests so far. And we invited you back because since we've last talked, we were able to get a book across the Canadian border.
You did.
Yeah.
Before the tariffs.
Yeah, we were able to get a book across there, and you've been using our book for your sortes on your live streams, and I've been able to
there it is.
See
It's
a
real.
couple and capture a couple. It's been a lot of fun to see the book in action as a magical implement. And what has been your experience since then using the book as such? And also, could you just take a moment to explain what sortes is, like, you know, what that magical ritual is, where
Let's
it comes
just do
from?
it.
All right.
Sortes
shit.
is a form of bibliomancy that comes to us from the Greco-Roman tradition, and we invoke the goddesses of inspiration, the divine muses, and we ask them to send us an inspired message through the text. So, muses, what is the message from Andy Moorhole in the temple or the Towel of Minerva? Armed with the wisdom of Arcturus and guided by the beacon of truth that was the dogwood tree, I knew that I would press onward, undaunted by the trials that awaited me. Undaunted by the trials that awaited me. Armed with the wisdom of Arcturus, right? And the beacon of truth that was the dogwood tree. And with the Towel of Minerva, we got our Holy Trinity here. And we're crossing across the fields of Aries, right? Beautiful stuff.
That's incredible.
So that's all the sortes is. The sortes is a form of divination through literature. Its earliest records are from the ancient Greek tradition. We have what's called the sortes Homerica, where they would take Homer and they used to put him on leaves, like actual leaves. And then the Sibylline oracles, the earliest versions of the Sibyl oracles, and this goes all the way back to Delphi, they would then shuffle these up and they would pull them at random and they would read them. But there have been many different books that have been used as oracular books over the time. There's the famous mystical books of Numa that were given to him by the muse Egeria. There's Virgil's Aeneid is probably the most famous one that was used by several different Roman emperors to do the sortes with. There's also Albania, who's a famous Roman sibyl and oracle at the Grove of Faunus near Rome, is said to have her own books. There's all this cool stuff with the sortes. It's really interesting magic, and it builds off of kind of Saturnian magic in general, and this idea of perception and divination through perception. And you really see this throughout the Greco-Roman tradition, where it's you observe the universe. People get all confused. It's not so much about the books. It's not so much about the lots. It's not so much about the dice or the birds. It's about the patterns, right? So what you're doing in all of those forms of divination is you're invoking your active perception, and then you're communicating with the symbols, right? Like what we're talking about, what Raw Path was elucidating for us in that beautiful ad that you shouldn't do. You should not be an aesthete. Don't drink the wine. Don't taste the myth. Don't go to the depths of the symbol.
Right.
No.
You know?
Because when you go to the depths, you can go too deep, and then it's hard to see what the surface looks like, you know what I mean? But it makes you appreciate the surface in a different way than
then
you did before.
you confuse going down and going up, right? That's
it's a circle, so depending on how far you go down, you keep going back up, you know?
confuse
Well, it's one of these things too. Like we're talking about the sortes, and there's all of this stuff where people would criticize, Christians would criticize the Roman emperors and say, "Oh, you guys, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because you read the thing and then you obsess over the line until you find where it applies in your life." And the emperors are just like, "Yes, it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. That doesn't change anything." It's fun. Wait, there's a chat. Hey, Beatnik, good to see you.
I mean, is it any surprise that the logos is self-fulfilling? I mean, why is that surprising to anybody? It's the logos. Like,
Right.
do you not know anything about the logos? It's obvious if you know what the logos is, that why it's self-fulfilling, and that's part of the magic and part of the fun of the logos. You know,
you see, Mandy, you're an interesting character because you understand the role of the gadfly. You embrace the absurdity, and like many other great setters before you, you try to point out the absurdities. You stick your foot in where meaning starts to break down. But the vast majority of people they stay in the baby wading pool, and they never really think too deeply about anything. You know?
Hey, as somebody in the baby waiting pool, I would love to know what you mean by the gadfly and what is that a reference to Plato? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, no, that is a reference to Plato. It's a reference more to Plato relates
Plato talking to Socrates.
Yeah, well,
referencing Socrates. Sorry,
it's referencing real history, but it's recorded to us via Plato as the main source. There's a couple other sources, but Plato is our main source for this. Yes. And we're talking about Socrates. So Socrates, he's following in a very specific type of magical tradition, right? And you got to understand, you have the philosophical schools that come up in Greece, and this whole big thing about how do we understand the world? How do we come to understanding? And you get all these guys who are getting drunk off their asses, hanging out and contemplating and discussing with each other. This is the roots of exactly. It sounds like a huge blast. I would love to be there.
Great.
Right? This is the roots of early Greek philosophy. Eventually, though, you start to get really, really serious, deep philosophy, and meaning starts to break down. What do I mean? You come to someone like Heraclitus, one of the pre-Socratics, probably the most important pre-Socratic. What he points out to us that really becomes the central problem that the gadfly exploits is that the universe is in a constant state of flux, and so therefore meaning and truth can never aren't real. You know, here's the thing.
Right.
In the Greek understanding and a lot of this stuff, you know, they talk about it through elemental ideas, but the understanding is that ideas are of the air. The air is intangible. You can imagine a perfect thing. You can imagine a perfect God, but then you come to the earth. You can never have anything perfect upon the earth. And even if you did, it would only exist in that perfect state for but a moment, and it would degrade. Right? So, and this is also true for the other extreme, evil. Evil and good only exist within the mind. They don't exist within the earth. The earth is always in a state of flux. So this calls all meaning into doubt, right?
Yes.
And there's this fundamental idea about perception and cognition, okay? Like, how do we relate and understand the world? We compare and contrast it with the body. We understand everything in relation to the self. This is what, like, people confuse all this stuff. Know the self, and that which is above is the same as that which is below. These are just fundamental epistemological truths of the very, very ancient path that have become all twisted and caught up in religion. But what they're talking about is that you just think this way because that's how your body literally is. You're going to see everything in relation to the self.
Yes.
You're going to imagine the universe in duality. You're going to experience the universe in duality because this is how life unfolds for you. But the reality is the universe doesn't exist this way. All of this is a perception of the mind, is a cognition of the body, right? And we are fundamentally limited in our perceptions. And then on top of that, our perceptions, as Rob Path was pointing out, are fundamentally under attack all the time. in both positive and negative ways. We have to deal with the weight of culture, the cultivated earth, right? And all of this information can inform us or impede us or distract us, but it's always coloring your image. It's an informing your perception of reality. And everything in the universe is made up. It's all constructed in the head. All you are is a meat sack, and all we are is a bunch of bodies thinking about the universe's bodies. You know, so what happens with when Heraclitus kind of points out all this absurdity that you can't have symbolic truth, you can't have realness. People start to get really upset. All meaning starts to break down. Socrates is the logical extension of this, where he starts saying there is no truth. Truth, the very concept, is a lie in and of itself, and that we need to abandon it because it doesn't matter. What we need to do instead is live in this more. Now, this is where it gets complicated because we have two schools of thought, you know, and Socrates didn't write anything down. We have his two main students who went on to form their own schools, which hated each other, right? We have Plato and Diogenes, right? And Plato forms the main school, right, which is an academic institution, which is all about, okay, if life is absurd and there is no meaning, how do we construct meaning and how do we continue to live and pursue generation in spite of the absurdity? That's what Plato is all about.
Yep.
When you're dealing with the radical insanity of Socrates, because Socrates would just question you. He's the joke like you see on Family Guy, the philosopher going, why? That's Socrates.
Jeez, snappy. What a fucking connection. Great connection.
Why?
Yes, yeah. That's the toddler. Right? Why?
But that's literally what he's doing. He's the gadfly.
Yeah.
But if you keep asking, eventually all meaning breaks down, and it doesn't matter who you are. You could be the smartest person on earth. You will not be able to answer Socrates why.
Yeah.
Because like life is absurd. You know, we can build upon our understanding through scientific consensus and community. But we're in technology tools, but it's still just that we're still.
But that's only one way to look at things, right?
Yes. It also disconnects us in other ways, right? It shapes the perception. You know, this is the problem, right? There's all this other fundamental issues that come to rise, like we can talk about later philosophers, like that Mandy loves so much. Nietzsche and my favorite Klages talk about this a ton because this is their central issue with what they call the Apollonian Christian world, where it's this pursuit of refinement in the communal consensus that disconnects us entirely from our individuality and our ability to imagine or to perceive any sort of reality. We're just perceiving reality through a literal painting, like a lens that has been constructed for us, right? That's what Nietzsche and Klages are so upset about, you know?
Do you think they believed that, or they were just observing it and reporting it?
I think they were observing it and reporting it. I think this is very clearly observable. Now, you can debate about the extent of how much this is affecting people, and you can debate about how negative this is affecting people. But beyond a shadow of a doubt, you read anyone like Robert Anton Wilson or McKenna or Genesis, Peorage, any of this modern kind of occult magical thinking, everyone's talking about this and recognizes this. It's like this is kind of what everyone has realized, that these ideologies, you know, are sort of self-serving entities, cultural memes that seek to survive like any other living being. It takes on its own conscious form. And it lives through the wills of other people. Now, that sounds silly and demonic in one sense, and you can imagine in that, or you can imagine it in the very kind of clinical, scientific sense. And both are true in my perception, you know?
Well, I wouldn't call it demonic. It's just, it's strange that so many cultures have similar ideas that kind of line up, if that makes sense.
When I say demonic, you know,
Go on.
I always forget. I got to remember. You know, I'm coming at this from a very specific, you know, philosophical and religious perspective. So when I say daimon, I'm talking about a spirit, the
Right,
spirit
right.
of the crossroads and the spirit of the mind. You know, this is like the jinn, more so than any Christian demon, right?
Yes.
Complicated conscious ideas.
Well, I'm glad you took it there because I was gonna kind of ask you about parallels there, where the living with the self, where you're like, I don't know, it was too far along. I had so many questions to ask, but it was like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I had such a good idea, but then it got lost, and you're just so good at going.
No worries. I talk all the time, right?
No, I need a fucking list to go. Hey, Snappy, you said this, and
Yeah,
we'll do that next time. But
Sirius explained this earlier. English is your first language. Okay.
English is my first language. Yes.
Yeah.
But we also, what I wanted to get at with Socrates and stuff, we also see the other side, right? So you have the Platonic idealizing, where they're like, okay, life is absurd. We have to lie to ourselves. We have to construct our own reality. Let's try to create philosopher kings. Let's try to empower ourselves and create myths that can unite people and control people, right? Weaponization of mythology is what basically Plato leads to, and this is why, like, a lot of people get mad at me because I don't like Plato. And I don't like Plato because he crumps on the muses and I'm a poet,
I don't like him either. So
I mean, I think Plato has some good and stuff, but he has a lot of bad stuff. He hated queer people. He was a globalist. He wanted everyone to be dominated under his philosophical, idealized city, right? Like, I don't think he's a bad person, but I think those are certainly bad ideas.
But at the same time, like, can you understand where he was coming from his perspective at the time? Of, like, I'm not saying he's right or wrong or you're right or wrong. I'm just saying from his perspective at his time, that far long ago, like, he was seeing the world this way and he saw it, and that's just super confusing, like
it's hard for us, right? Because we come from a time now when the people are so much more like, we complain about racism and cultural violence now.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it was like back then?
No.
Can you imagine? Like, the level of it is just absolutely insane. Like, one of the big wake-up calls for me in religion studies, this is much later in history, but when I was studying European history, why do you think, what do you think was the biggest reason why people converted to Christianity, especially in northern Scandinavia?
Fear.
Yeah. Well, it was to end the Crusades, actually.
Yeah.
It was to end the Crusades,
and
it was to stop end the Crusades and to stop the raiding. Here's the thing. Pagans raided each other. Christians, they had a moral thing that said you can't raid. And the Europeans in the South said, we're not going to stop going to war with the people in the North unless they become Christian and say they're not going to raid us. But what happened, right? What's the reason why we even know anything about North's religion is because the North people didn't really convert to Christianity right away.
No.
They said, yeah, we're Christian. We're just not going to raid you. And then like 100, 200 years go by, cultural exchange happened, and then they find themselves Christian, But it wasn't like it wasn't like they were forced to do it in that kind of direct sense. It was more about ending violence and homogenizing people, bringing people to a common. So, so as much as I take issue with like Christianity as an ideology in a philosophical sense, you can see how this was so powerful and how this brought about so much uniting of peoples and saved millions of lives. It ended the pagan raiding. It changed the fundamental structure of society in a more positive way in some senses. It's hard to know, right? Like, could have paganism reformed and done similar? Maybe, but it didn't. It didn't. This is what we got to deal with, There's so much interesting stuff like that. But, when I look at religion, and I want everyone to do this, and it frustrates me. I wish we taught this to people. It's like, you got to see all of this. All story is propaganda. All story is pushing it of an idea. Everyone is writing an essay. They're all trying to convince you of something. And if you don't recognize that, then you're the biggest freaking mark on the planet, you know? And this is the thing. There's so many charlatans out there trying to mark everyone. And religion, right? This is where the vulnerable people go. You know, it's not that there's beautiful people and stuff in religion. Religion has so much magic to offer, but where the vulnerable people are is also where the fraudsters are, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, you can't blame them for being vulnerable, right?
No,
like they don't know any different, right? So
no, it's a complicated situation,
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, the universe doesn't care if you're vulnerable.
yes,
You get exploited.
That's
right?
a
It
fucking
is.
great way of looking at it. Snappy.
It's so frustrating. Like my right now, like we're all watching what's unfolding in your country, and my heart goes out to all these rural people, you know. And I don't want to have Schadenfreude, but you know, I understand why some people have Schadenfreude. You know, it's such a messed up moment in time. You guys some people shot themselves in the foot, quite literally. The leopards ate their face, or about to, you know. And like, what do you do when people are acting like this? You know, this is such a problem. What do you do when adults are children?
Well, that's a great way to say it though. Like when adults are children and they don't know how to act in public or in life, and how do you treat those people? I mean, you know, sometimes you have to treat them like children. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the problem is Republicans don't treat them like children; they treat them like dogs. And the Republicans,
this is the issue.
The Republicans take the shit on the floor and then rub their constituents' noses in them,
in
their shit.
You know, what we also see here is like, okay, I'm all about peace and love, but you know what? People went too far with peace and love and stopped believing that Nazis can be Nazis. When the Nazi tells you he's a Nazi, you punch him in the face.
Yep.
Like this was the world that I grew up in, because otherwise they come and they ruin your life. They ruin your everything you built.
But
a lot of our modern culture is like, yeah, but they're just saying awful stuff, man. It's just words. And I understand that, but we can't tolerate intolerance. This is like a fundamental thing.
Yes.
As soon as you allow that kind of intolerance to, it's just a joke. It's just a joke, until it's not. You know, they're just mocking women. Then they're hitting women, you know?
But at the same time, when you call everyone a Nazi,
I know
that doesn't. So like you have to define what
it becomes so ridiculous.
No,
and, you know,
we're saying the same thing. I was just trying to like lead into what you're saying. It's like, yes, that stuff is bad, but you can't call every person who says something fucking stupid a Nazi, right?
Well, we also have to acknowledge the other side of the problem here too, right? Like there is a purity culture that we have seen on the other side that is like, that just gets so intense and wants to attack people for the most mundane of stuff. Like I used to work in a new age shop where we were selling, you know, cultural stuff from around the world. And like, you know, our owner was a white man. He's a hippie guy from the 90s. The store is called Modern Primitive. You know, if you didn't know any better, you would look, oh, this guy's a weird white guy. It's called Modern Primitive. This sounds kind of off. You can see some of these more extremists getting upset, and people yelled at him. They burned down one of his stores. But in reality, Derek was one of the nicest, the best boss I've ever had, just about. This guy was a saint. He traveled around the world, but he was one of these equitable businessmen, like you are with your farming, Mandy. He ensured, like, if I'm going to do a contract, we're each going to get paid, you know? And his whole business started out was he wanted to travel around the world. And it was an excuse if I go to Cuba, if I buy a bunch of things and bring them back and sell them, pays for the trip. And then he started opening up stands. It was for a love of culture. But now people are calling him and saying, oh, you're appropriating culture and you're a racist and a bigot. And language changed. Which was common and acceptable in the 90s. Like he was explaining it to me. He said that Modern Primitive was a whole movement. People were trying to reconnect to their ancient tribal roots. And now you've got indigenous. He's like, in the 90s, indigenous people would come up to me and thank me and shake my hand. And now I got indigenous people yelling at me. And he's like, I haven't changed, you know, but the language has changed and the moment has changed. And we've gotten all puritanical and weird. And it's like, why are we yelling at people like Derek? Like, they're not the problem. Go yell at Ben Shapiro. You know what I mean? Go yell at someone who's doing something actually materially bad, right?
Well, this is not this is not the first time this has happened, right? These things come in waves, right? Like it's
a bit different for me, Lieber Pater. I should clarify. I'm in
ahead.
Canada, so there aren't those kind of sanctions going to Cuba. So that's part of the reason. Canada has an interesting relationship with Cuba. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
But I was just saying that it's a difference between being the tradition of being a traveling salesman. You're participating in the process. You know what I mean? You're going to the festivals to, and this is like that it's not a capitalist endeavor. It's not a colonialist. It's not a, you know what I mean? It's definitely different because it's in a post-colonial situation where you're, this suppressor previously and all of that, but like the spirit of it is not colonialist. It's not capitalist. It's about the culture and experiencing it and bringing it back to where you are.
Well,
and that's
also,
and that's a tale as old as time. And like the difference between like some of the Herculean stuff and some of the Jason stuff is that is very clearly like imperialistic colonial. It's not for the culture. It's not a cultural exchange. It's a domination of a culture.
Yeah.
From what, so
there's fine lines here. Like there's definitely cultural appropriation that we can call out, right? Like if you're claiming another person's culture, their language, their religion, and you're trying to speak from a place of authority, that's a huge problem. And that's really weird. But we also, life is messy, and there's an ongoing conversation, and everything is influential. It's pretty wild,
Well,
so there's like so much going. Like, for example, right here in my background, I have this goddess Kali.
Yep.
This is a huge point for me in my studies. Okay, so I have a degree in religion studies and anthropology, and I specialized in new religious movements. And my main focus was, I was really interested in the cultural exchange, in the interplay of how signs change and how signs take on new meaning. And so, like, for example, Kali in India, it's not a feminist goddess, right? She is a mother goddess. She is a goddess of forgiveness. There's a lot of power there. She's representative of the goddess tradition, but she is not an emancipatory feminist image in any way in India, right? That's not part of their culture. But you transport that image into the West, right? We have a whole feminist Wicca entire scene, thousands and thousands of books, thousands and thousands of women who are empowered and who have reinterpreted that image. Now, on one hand, you could say all of those women are making it up. They're wrong. It's stupid. But at the same time, you have all this empowered art, all these people who are inspired and being created. In my mind, both are true. You can both can be the same. You can have a westernized version, and you can have an older version. Signs are always constantly evolving. The earth is always changing and taking on new forms. This is something like Neil Gaiman talks about this a bit in his show there, American Gods, where you got an American version of Odin, because this is how these things work. We can talk about something like, oh, you shouldn't appropriate a sign, but who are you to talk to someone if they see something and they're inspired?
Well,
that person's going to do what they want.
That's a good point, because when I see that image, I'm thinking somebody is oppressing somebody, standing on them, right? Like I get a good bootlicker kind of thing going on. I'm not sure what that is from that culture, but if from an American perspective, that's what I'm seeing.
So that's really interesting.
From my perspective, right? So I don't know what that is, though. I don't know who that person is. They're blue. I believe that's kind of a Shiva thing going on.
Yeah, Shiva and Kali.
Right, but I don't know that truthfully, right? This is like a high TLDR Wikipedia like rendering of what I'm seeing, but
this is why it's so interesting, right? About all the cultural exchange and how things can happen and evolve, right? You look at that image and you see it as an image of oppression and terror, but right, if you were to understand and go to the poetic myth and you were to really engage in the tradition, this is a salvation moment. So what this is about is, in the myth, there's this demon that's running rampage and destroying the whole world.
Okay.
And part of the thing is, anytime someone cuts off a limb or head, any blood that hits the ground, a new demon is born.
Right.
So spawning infinite demons.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening is they pray to the goddess to come and stop this demon. At first, she appears as Durga, which is like the defensive mother goddess riding on the lion.
Mhm.
But every time kills one, a new one appears. So
Mhm.
then she decides to bring out her full true power, the most intense power of nature. The pure Shakti is the word they use, and that's Kali. So Kali then appears, right? And what does Kali do? Rips apart the demon and drinks the blood. Not a single drop hits the ground,
Okay.
and so the demon is completely destroyed and the universe is saved. But now that Shakti energy, though, is here. Kali is now running rampage. She's entered into that primal madness. In order to defeat this demon, she had to lose herself entirely in her power.
A
So what
sacrifice, and
happened-
who does Cully become?
Right. Well, Kali. So what ends up happening is Kali's rampaging around, right? So all of the stuff. That's the demon she's wearing.
Yeah.
Right. She has just defeated him.
Uh-huh.
Now Shiva recognizes that she's still mad, and that she's still in that frenzy. She can't calm down. Right. So he sees in that moment that she could just potentially destroy the universe. So what does Shiva do? He throws himself at her feet and says, "Wife, look, if you don't wake up, you're going to destroy the entire universe." So that moment where she is about to step on him, and she's sticking her tongue out. This is in Indian culture and Bengali culture where this symbol comes from. That's a sign of shame. So she's like, "Oh, this is her coming into full realization of her actions."
Wow.
And waking up and seeing the violence that she's done, and coming back into herself. So it's this transcendent moment of realization and reconciliation. So it's a real profound image, right? But totally different than what you would have assumed.
Well, but this hasn't changed. I mean, children stick their tongues out at each other now in a form of shame. Like this.
Yeah.
This is very.
You can see where it comes from if you think about it.
Jeez.
And my mind is taking it from how that was accomplished on the stage, and then was changed over time. Because directly I can see how that was there and then morphed into the Jason and Medea story, right? You can see how the way that the stage in India, like literally the material infrastructure of their stage was different than the material infrastructure of the Greek Dionysian stage. So certain things that you could do in India that were traditional and authentic in that sense, as the stage itself changed, you can see how the story changed to adapt the stage to the stage. Do you know what I mean? So my mind is directly going, oh, that's very easily turned into Medea killing your children and Jason, that whole thing. And then
lots of scholars have talked about this connection between the Parvati and Shiva stories, or Shiva and Sati stories, and the story of Medea and Jason, or the story of the Kori and Hades. And we know in the Greek tradition, Hades and the Kori are Medea and Jason.
Yes.
So, right. So you're seeing these constant parallels. There's clearly a very similar thing going on. There could be a deep, deep ancient root. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's beautiful. They rhyme, and it's a really cool image. What's so crazy too, what I want to talk to you guys about Kali, which blows my mind, is when you come into the more modern times. So originally, before the British imperialism and the colonial period, Kali was a rather minor goddess. She was a Bengali goddess, mostly associated with diseases.
Really?
Yeah. Now, what happened was the British saw this image and were so offended by it. They thought it was so monstrous. They thought it was they made up all these stories. They started associating it with gangs and with cults. Now, the funny thing is, when you make these assumptions, here's the thing: you're a colonial ruler, and you're going to say, that's scary, that's evil. Now you're the indigenous person and you want to scare the colonial ruler. What do you celebrate and what do you do?
Oh yeah.
You elevate what they say is scary and evil. So we don't have any of this wild kind of cully stuff before the British. Then all of a sudden the British come, they make it up, and then it happens. You get these gangs that start going around choking people and committing murders in the name of now again, it's hard to know how true this is because the British also exploit the situation and run wild with it and make it so much worse in order to cause more violence against the Indians. But then it takes another shift where it's not just a criminal element. It winds up becoming a pan-Indian goddess, and it becomes a sign of the revolutionary movements, and it becomes this huge anti-British thing, you know. And it's still to this day, it's this empowered Indian image because like they're like, you're going to tell us that we're foreign and weird. Well, we're going to celebrate our foreignness and our weirdness. F you, you know.
Hell yeah.
You see that all the time, right, with cultures. And it's beautiful when it happens. So a minor goddess became huge and now one of the most important goddesses.
Well, do you think that's related to another modern minor goddess god person that, you know, I mean, it's like anyone who is it's kind of like underground rap. You know what I mean? Like where you're like somebody who's not paid attention to, and then all of a sudden you write one song and then everyone loves it, and it's like it's a thing, you know. It
bubbles to the surface, a fart in the tub.
A fart in the tub.
It bubbles to the
Are you
surface.
doing a tub girl joke?
No. I was saying like when you're in the tub full of water and you fart and it's
gross.
a bubble to the surface.
Yeah, I was trying to say is like this seems to be a cyclical kind of problem, or not problem, but a cyclical kind of cultural thing where like you're a minor thing, and then all of a sudden you are just you're hated for nothing, hated for very little things.
Socrates already explained this.
Yes,
with his explanation, the parable of the sauces.
Did he explain it, or did Plato explain it for him?
Doesn't matter. It's the same. Aristophanes also did this.
Yes.
So when Socrates explained the importance of sauces, and the Greeks' greed for sauces. The Greeks, they really wanted to dip their
real sauce, like we're talking barbecue sauce.
They wanted
tzatziki. We're talking tzatziki.
They wanted to dip their bread into different sauces and have all these different sauces. But they wanted a sauce that tasted like this and a sauce that tasted like that, and one from here and one from there, and that was like how they ate.
Need hummus, gyro, and tzatziki.
And what Socrates said was, if you want to do that, what you're going to have to do is colonize these people over here and force them to grow this stuff and then steal it from them. And then you have to have an army to make sure that they don't revolt when you steal their stuff so that you can have their sauce. And that's a problem that expands the globe. It goes over here and over here and over here and over here and over here. And these people have their way of revolting, and these people have their way of revolting, and these people have their way of revolting, and they are of that place. So they have different tactics of revolting that you are not prepared for. Correct. So Socrates was explaining guerrilla warfare and, you know, colonization, all of that stuff, you know, and we still are doing this and still making the same mistake. We want that sauce.
That was when I was a young man. The guerrilla warfare was like the worst thing that ever happened, and it was like they jump out of trees and just fucking surprise you, and it was like this crazy thing that they just told you, but it wasn't exactly true. You know what I mean? Like
you go, hey, why are you waking those people up in the middle of the night to terrorize their children?
Right. Yeah.
If somebody came here and did that, you would do the same thing.
I would literally do the same thing. If you knocked on my fucking door,
difference, right?
Yeah.
If you knocked on my door right now, the anger I would wake up with would be fucking crazy.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
This is always the case. This is how it always works. This is how these myths are constructed. They're designed to make you think the other person is evil and not look in the mirror and see that you're literally the exact same.
Yes.
It's almost always the exact kind of thing that plays out again and again. And what Mandy's getting at is this essential issue of the Apollonian. Okay, so you have this refinement. You know, you want to produce the beautiful. Well, to get to the truly transcendent and the beautiful, it always has to be difficult and transcendent. right? So, if you're going to manifest that perfected marble statue, wow, now you have to go get the fucking marble. You got to get 1,000 people that drag the marble across to your country. You got to get 1,000 people that are going to all work to carve this thing, all for the sake of what? For this waste. That which is beauty, that which is artistic, like even haute cuisine, even though you're consuming it, it ultimately is just turned to shit. It's literal waste, so, and this is me, right? I'm an aesthete. I love beauty, but we can all see the ugliness in this, in the black sun, the solar anus, where that production becomes disgusting. It just manifests fucking shit and piss and vomit. And it's like, that's where the Apollonian turns into Saturnian, right? Where it starts consuming itself, right? And it starts imperializing and colonizing itself, doing what it did to the rest of the world on its own self.
Do you think sometimes this stuff has to happen in order to create a reaction? Does that make sense?
Well, okay, yes. So in a very fundamental sense, so we have the, I like Empedocles. Empedocles, one of the pre-Socratics, he came up with this idea that the universe is manifesting of a pole, love and strife.
Okay.
Right?
Yep,
Aphrodite and Aries. And
Yep.
Are
you talking about
Aries
Aries with the 7 arrows, or Aries just
Eris.
God of war and violence?
Okay.
So you can say Eros and Eris if you want to use Discordian terms. Love and strife.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what it is. And it's this idea that everything exists in this polar extreme. Everything is in manifesting along these energies, right? In order to have love, you must have strife. In order to have strife, then there will be love. This
Correct.
is the essential nature of our dualistic reality that we find ourselves in, And so everything is unfolding because of this. And so, you got to reconcile with that reality. So yeah, in a sense, we need to have violence. We need to be uncomfortable. We need to have strife to force us to evolve, to grow in part and parcel of the universe is to cause that refinement. But here's the thing: the universe wants you to adapt, right? And we see two primal kind of reactions to this call from the universe, and the Greeks deified them. Those primal reactions are Apollo and Dionysus and their brothers, right? Apollo says, when we're called to adapt, we refine our praxis. We refine what we're doing. We pursue perfection. We manifest the beautiful, but always this kind of manifesting leads you to a narrow point. You come to empowered technology, you come to empowered reason, but eventually you wind up closing a cycle off and you come to a dead end. That kind of direction of refinement is really limiting. And this desire for unitary thinking ultimately closes you off and prevents change. Okay.
Correct.
So then the other side, the other option in the face of adaptation, what do? Not refinement. You pursue generation and liberation. This is Dionysus. And he calls you, have more kids, go out and ever expansion. But there's a problem with this. We find ourselves in a closed-knit system, a ball floating in space. If we do not develop technology to exceed or to transform the earth, we won't be able to provide for this generation. Eventually, the sun will burn out or something will come and will destroy the rock. Eventually, we'll die. So there has to be a middle path. We got to find a way to balance the Dionysian and the Apollonian. Right? The Apollonian allows us to refine and come to science, community, and understanding, empowered technology. And the Dionysian prevents stagnation and rot. It forces us into diversity. It allows us to expand and to embrace new ideas.
Well, I've been meaning to ask you this, but do the Greeks have a term for the middle way? I mean, the middle way is a very, like Buddhist, or you're better at explaining
this. What they would talk about is they have this concept of virtue, arete.
Okay. Arete.
But when the Greeks are talking about virtue, they're talking about the middle path.
Yeah.
Okay. true virtue is learning to balance yourself. So there's this big concept, and you see this in all of the great ancients, the Greeks, the Chinese, the Indians, the Egyptians. I'm sure it's even in South America, but there's always this, you got to learn to move through the cycles in balance. You got to become like the bicycle, the yin and yang, the infinity, the ogdoad. Why do all these
hodgepodge?
The hodgepodge.
The hodgepodge, right? The most empowered people are the people who have that childlike wonder and recklessness and don't care if they live or die, but rather just pursue life. Those are the magicians. Those are the liberated people. Your Lao Tzus, your Dionysus, your greed men, your Al-Hitters.
So was it? But do you think there was a certain school of thought that was closer to that? Because to me,
well, there's clearly a root here. There's the ancient Orphics, but even before the Orphics, right? You have the in India the Bhaktis, but before the Bhaktis, before the Orphics, we have the Bakoi, the Bakai, the Maenads. But here's the thing: the Maenads are in the Bakoi. This is largely a women's tradition. And the masculine culture of the Greeks wiped it out. You know, so we don't know what's going on.
What I was trying to get at is, where do you think the Stoics come in to that? Because this is my entry to this world, is the Stoicism.
So the Stoics,
I always thought they were
later. Stoics are much later. They're building off of Plato and Diogenes.
Yeah.
The Stoics are saying Plato and Diogenes neither are good enough. We need to kind of refine these ideas. We need to come to this empowered. The Stoics are obsessed with reason.
Yes,
they're all about, like, if I was going to say the essential idea for Stoicism is to achieve that kind of, you know, it's also very Buddhist in some ways. There's this empowered enlightenment in the Stoic sense, is to live your life and to not be in awe of anything.
Sure.
To no violence bothers you, no happiness excites you.
Yeah, I don't love that.
I know, but this is the Stoic idea.
But I understand it to a daily, like, living stance. But at some point, you have to let yourself enjoy something, you know. So like it's a weird, it's something I've been meaning to talk to you about for a long time. But like, it's a weird dichotomy where, like, we're talking about, like, you know, this is how you should be, but you can't, you know, if you go this way or that way, you're doing something wrong. Or it's so weird. It's a strange, like,
well, you know, it's like, it's any philosophy too. Like, I think it's really important when you're dealing with philosophy to also look at the characters who are preaching this. And I think it's hilarious when you look at Marcus Aurelius. This guy did so much fucking opium. There are literal texts from Galen talking about giving him pounds and pounds of opium. And then the dude was anything but freaking rational. When he died, he gave away his empire to his son, and Rome burned in nepotism.
Right.
You know, so he wrote brilliant journals and he was a deep philosophical mind, but, you know, you got to walk the walk too.
Well, you know, and that's a really funny thing that you point out, because if I ever had a one-to-one with Ammon, that is the only thing I want to talk about.
Is Marcus Aurelius?
Marcus Aurelius and his dope fiend, and what the circumventions of, because to me, I love Stoicism from a certain standpoint, and I understand it, and like it's you know, like it's sent in a certain way, and like, what are we not talking about? Like, I would really like, and he was the first person who ever said, hey, Marcus Aurelius was a fucking dopehead. And I said, hold on, this makes way too much sense. You're right.
This is what I mean.
Then he turned it over to his son. His son fucking killed him. And then, you know, the whole kind of, you know, path went the way it went, you know, like, and it's a very interesting, I mean, to make a great fucking Netflix.
Yeah, like, I like the Stoics. I like the Cynics. I even like a lot of the Platonists, especially the Neoplatonists, as much as I dislike Plato. My thing, I always tell people, it's like, don't join any clubs.
No, I don't. I don't want any club that'll take me. Yeah,
Right, Marx. We gotta love Groucho Marx.
Did that come from Groucho Marx?
That was Groucho.
Yeah.
Well, I got that from LP.
I'll never join any club that would accept someone
me,
like
that-
me as a member.
Fuck, man, I got that from LP. From he's mostly known from Run the Jewels, but I got that from him from a very long time ago. And he said that, and I was like, "Holy shit, that makes so much sense to me."
The
Like,
greatest writer steal. Gotta love LP.
Yeah. I don't
That's
want to be a
beautiful.
part of any club that'll accept me. That's what he said, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's super fucking." I've been asked to join. Like, hey, you'd be really good at. You could join
You'd be a really good Mason, Johnny.
I'd be a really good Mason. I've been asked this 1, 2, 3, 4. I've been asked this a lot of times. Many lot of times. And every time they go, hey, do you believe in a God? The God. And I go, I believe in something. Does that count? I don't believe in your God. Okay? I believe in something.
But now you have that you can
something.
You can join their little cult now because
no, I can't join their cult because you have to believe in the God.
Yeah, the Towel of Minerva.
Well,
you can join their cult.
I tried that.
No,
I said, hey, my God's gravity. This was like 12 fucking years ago.
The Towel of Minerva.
My God is gravity. Gravity makes sense to me. That's a cool God. This was a long time ago. This was me trying to be a cynic without knowing what I was doing. And and I was, and like they're like, no, you have to believe in the God. And I'm like, no, that doesn't work for me. Guess I can't join your thing, and I just, it's so crazy to me that
well, you know what, to me it comes down to a couple different things. Okay, with a lot of this religious stuff, a lot of this kind of thinking, a lot of it is what bugs me is like I got really deep into philosophy, right? And I got really deep into this kind of stuff, trying to figure it out. And what you start to come to when you start to pull back the layers is that none of these people know what the fuck they're talking about.
That's a great fucking...
Okay, even the most smart, intelligent, brilliant people like your Heideggers, they just make up their own language to literally talk about nothing. It's a hide from you. And then people masturbate about it all fucking day. Okay? No, I'm serious. Okay, it's not.
No, you're not. No, you're not wrong. I'm laughing in a way that I don't know how to respond because laughter is my only choice.
It's philo-LOLology.
It's philo-LOLology. You're completely right because when you push these people on what they think they know, they only have one or maybe two layers of understanding. If you push them deeper than that, there's nothing left. They go, oh, I'm not sure what you mean, or it's this weird like...
Eventually it comes down to, like, I've dealt with some real professional gurus in my day, because I went a little too deep and I talked to some of these people, and it gets to a point where if you're really challenging these people and you're smart and you can come up to them, they'll say, well, you have to submit to me. You have to give up your perspective. And if you follow these steps and these guidelines, and if you believe in my perspective, then you can have an experience that rhymes like mine. It's called shit. And my response is, I am not the Buddha. How would I ever even know if my enlightenment is anything like the goddamn Buddha's? Like, I think all of that is ridiculous. You can't have the same experience as another person.
No.
And so much of this religious stuff and the cult stuff, it's all give up your will and authority and your ideas for another person's perspective. Submit to that. Anytime anyone is talking like that, I run for the doors. This is why I think it's so funny when people talk about Amen, because like had Amen said anything remotely, I would have ran for the door. He just recommended me books, and we had these conversations. In fact, one of the first things he recommended me was On the Nature of Gods by Cicero. And Cicero opens up in the first paragraph or two, and he goes, be careful about who you make as a teacher, because that will limit your perspective. And don't invest in authority. Don't sign up for any ideology. Like, I describe myself as either a chaos witch or a Hellenic pagan, but these are terms
Yeah.
Just in terms of trying to ground people so they have a somewhat of a perspective. But fundamentally, I'm non-dogmatic. I ascribe to nothing except for my own artistic creation, and I'm just enjoying life and chasing the beautiful. I'm just an aesthete. I'm just here to taste wine.
Well, that you said that to me before. You said, like, in conversation, I'm just this aesthete, and I never captured it the way you just said it now. And I'm like, oh, that's a way better way of saying what I'm trying to say. Like, it's.
I'm just want to appreciate the art.
Yeah.
To me, it's like I don't care about the authority. I don't care about your culture.
Nope.
I don't care about. I just want. Let's talk about the meaning. Let's talk about the philosophy. Let's appreciate the beauty. Let's have a conversation.
Well, I would say I care about the culture to a point, because I would like to talk to other people about what they think and what they experience and what they believe.
But I'm not trying to take your culture. I'm not trying to.
No, you're not trying to say, "Oh, fuck you, your shit sucks." Yeah. That's such a. I don't even know how to say what we're saying.
The muses are universal. The muses is an anthropological phenomenon. It doesn't matter where you are. When the muse strikes, the muse strikes. It speaks your language, and you're taking the muse and putting it into your language.
Mm-hmm.
And if you and it's all the language of the muse. It doesn't. It's universal. It's
speaking of the muses,
archetypal.
It is universal, and you see it everywhere. Speaking of the muses, you guys were talking on the stream, and you had reminded me of a funny goddess. And I brought up the Wikipedia page. We got to see this because this is too funny. And it is.
You want to share the screen, or?
Yes, I'm going to share the screen
Go
here.
ahead, please.
Because this is so ridiculous, and it's what the most mandy goddess. So this is the goddess Cloacina. Cloacina was the goddess who presided over the Cloaca Maxima, the greatest drain in Rome.
What? Wait, they say Cloacus Maxima?
Yes, that's where the word.
I see it.
Cloaca Maxima, the greatest
Cloaca
drain.
Maxima.
That's where the
Holy
word
shit.
comes from.
Wait,
And
is
then
that
there's a
Greek
Venus
or is that
Cloaca,
Latin?
the pure filthy one. There's a Venus Cloacina as well, who's like the
Jesus
purifying one. It's wild stuff.
The toilet
god.
How the fuck do you know this shit?
What do you mean? How do I know this shit? This is what I do. I read this shit.
It's hilarious.
I listen to fucking hip hop and.
You see,
Jesus Christ,
so a while ago, I was like looking for all of the various goddesses in Rome.
Is this like the piss god? Have you heard of the Piss Christ?
There's a band called Piss Christ.
No, there was an art museum in the 90s called Piss Christ, and it was like this huge fucking uprising crazy thing. It's basically a toilet where, it said like Christ in the toilet, and then there was piss in the toilet, and it was in an art museum. It was this giant fucking huge thing that people got crazy about. I think it was from 92, 94 maybe.
Okay.
But it reminds me of this.
Yeah, wasn't that like a Fear Factory? No, that's that paint. Yeah, it's a photograph.
I think it was a real exhibit where it was just a fucking urinal, and like it said "Piss Christ" on it, and like
Well,
I pulled it up here. It says in 1987,
there we go.
Andre Serrano's "Piss Christ" was exhibited at the Stux Gallery in New York. Was favorably received. The piece later caused a scandal when it was exhibited in 1989 with detractors including United States Senators Al D'Amato and Jesse Helms outraged that Serrano had received $15,000 for the work.
Right, he got paid for it, and that was like a weird he got paid from money to do this like thing that was
taxpayer money.
Yeah, that's why the Republicans are anti-art.
Yeah, well that explains the fucking the parental advisory sticker. They were
with that goddess Cloacina. There was a whole cult. There was a whole big thing, and there's all of this references to weird, creepy necromancy stuff because this is the massive sewer drain where all of the filth goes out, and there's all this stuff about these extreme. A lot of this left-handed magic. People were doing crazy stuff like eating the filth.
Yep.
People think like this only happened in India. This was happening in the West. We just pretend that we're better, you know. But
Hey,
people
what's-
were hanging out in the Great Sewer, worshiping the goddess as the Great Anus, Cloacina.
Hey,
and
Snappy,
eating
Snappy.
poop.
As a lefty, I would love to understand the lefty hate. What the fuck is the hate on the lefties, man? I don't get it.
The left hand versus the right hand.
I don't get it though. It doesn't make sense. I try my
So I
goddamn
think a lot of
best.
this has to do with patriarchy and the oppression of the divine feminine and the oppression of all of this kind of. It's all rooted in that same pagan or Christian antagonism towards the other. This can be really seen. I always bring it up, but it's such the perfect quote. One of the Christian fathers, who was a student of Thomas Aquinas, who was the doctor of theology of the Catholic Church, is Orosius. And Orosius said, all that is evil is pagan. All that is evil is pagan.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this whole thing where they're looking around and they're looking, what is evil? What is the devil? You know, when you listen to a lot of this left-handed stuff, they're like left-handed people are possessed by the devil. You know, they're gonna have. They say shit like they'll have a more effeminate nature. Like where does this come from? Like this is such silliness.
I don't know.
Like they're pulling it, you know, because it's rooted in this old prejudice against anything that was related to femininity, paganism, queerness, the other. Right? They're trying to force right. If you're not right-handed, you're different. You're left-handed. You stand out. You know, you're not part of the pack. So we got to separate you out.
Well,
it's the classic fascist bullshit where it's.
I was forced to assimilate, Snappy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I was, you know what I mean? I'm a lefty, and I grew up in the South, and they didn't know how to teach people to write with their left hand, so I wrote with my right hand. And to be honest, that works out really good on a keyboard. Because you use your right hand on a mouse and your left hand on a keyboard. Works fucking great for me, but you know it's
imagine if you were trying to chisel something on a thing.
I'd be really good at it.
Well, you know, I got really good. I got really good with using both of my hands for music. So
yeah.
You know.
Well, that's the other thing. When you play piano, it doesn't fucking matter. You know, like
no.
You know, unless you're playing a lute or a guitar or a bass.
Well, there's some instruments where one hand will be doing more of the work, and even generally in the piano, your left hand is doing your bass.
Yeah, that's the bass.
But that's the sign of a truly great pianist is when you see them shredding on their left hand.
Yeah.
And they're comping with their right. Yeah. You're just like, oh wow, dude.
I remember the first time I ever played a full 66 or 88 keys, and I was just like, holy shit, I can go all the way up here and down here, and just the left hand just runs the whole fucking three, the lower thirds of the 1, 2, 3, certain octaves. It was just a lot of fun. I was like, wait, most of the fun stuff is right here on the left hand. And then like the flagrant, like the fun, like melody stuff is up on the right hand. But like a lot of the fun, like is in the left hand. It's still
you have an Apollonian hand and a Dionysian hand.
Yeah, I don't care if you're left-handed or right-handed. Like a lot of the fun shit is in the left hand. Are you gonna switch your hands because that's what you're comfortable with? Nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing this on a keyboard. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like the fun stuff is in the first octave and the lower octaves. The bass is in the. Unless you're fucking playing Chopin or something, it's like.
Where it gets crazy now is in these digital electric keyboards. I'm so interested in a lot of this stuff where people are just pushing musical ideas and getting into microtones and stuff. So now people are like, they got a keyboard that has like 360 keys and they can do every single microtone.
Yeah,
like, I have no idea what scale you're playing. Like,
have you ever played one?
I've played some of those. I've played a couple like in the stores, but I've never actually like sat down.
They're super interesting because they're like in between notes where you like roll your finger across the keys. It plays an in between note, and it's like it's almost like playing a theremin with a key. Yeah, it's so weird. Which is fun for like if you're like trying to play like a wind instrument or like play like like a flute kind of thing or something.
Oh, there's
It's
so
cool.
much cool stuff. Like,
It's cool, but when you play a piano, it's like these weird notes just don't work with the chords you're trying to work with, and like if you accidentally give your finger a little nudge, it doesn't, it starts playing in a little weird in between note. And
Yeah, Western music
instruments are
is
so
an
weird,
apple-
because instruments.
he's been
Great.
playing this game with me for years, by the way.
I would say Western music is an Apollonian construct.
There we go.
All those
Yeah.
microtones are Dionysian.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason why, like, they call like 7/8 and it's snake time. Oh,
They call it snake time.
Call it snake time. Yeah, a lot of these odd
Holy
times. The
shit.
West really hates, like, especially classic Western stuff. Really hated anything that was too jazzy, and anything that broke from the standard, major, like, Greek understanding of chords.
Right.
That became defined within that classical system. So it gets really ridiculous. And on one hand, you produce incredible, beautiful music, like you get the Ode to Joy, Beethoven, like that's like it's transcendent. You're like, oh my God, it's so beautiful. But at the same time, now your music has become so isolated. It doesn't have that dance feel. It doesn't. It can never evoke. Ode to Joy can move you emotionally. It can make you feel something. A lot of that classical music can, but it's never going to make you want to throw down and party. In the same way.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Right?
Ode to Joy was the hot to go of that generation.
Hey, chaperone, huh?
Yeah.
She's
But-
fucking great.
Going back to philosophy and stuff, with the Stoics and whatnot, my thing with you, Scobie, I would just say is like, don't think too much about the Stoics. Think about things that are interesting. Don't bind yourself to any type of thinking.
I'm not very binded to any type of
Mhm.
thinking. I really am not. Like, it's, I know we were raised atheists, so it's I would say the world to me is a lot more like, oh wow. When I hear interesting religious ideas, I go, well, that's interesting, but like I'm always like on a but kind of thing.
Butt stuff.
Yeah, not that butt stuff. That's gross. Like,
Religion is mostly butt stuff.
no, I mean, like, you've always been a very like, hey, your shit is dumb. You've always been there.
Yeah, I'm very rude. I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
not, I'm not a
yeah,
nice person.
no, I'm a lot nicer.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what we're trying to get at.
Yes, it's Dionysian Apollonian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You Snappy would say that's from the Nietzschean world of the Dionysian Apollonian.
And Nietzsche wasn't not an asshole either.
It was the first thing I
Nietzsche
asked.
was a huge asshole.
Nietzsche was a huge asshole.
Huge asshole and a racist.
Yeah.
A man of his time, but
He
not
was
as bad as people claim, but still very problematic.
yeah, less racist than a lot of people in the time.
Right, but where do you draw that line? That's the crazy problem. You know what I mean? Like,
And also, he was known
People are
for
people. We all suck.
yeah. He was also known for wearing many personas.
Yeah.
So the racist persona could be one that he was using to drive home another point that was lost in translation.
yeah, was he
and
trying
the
to
text
say
and stuff.
something from a different perspective to be a fucking asshole, to kind of like,
But I mean, there's
You know what I mean?
multiple niches throughout all the text. You have to kind of recognize the performance that
It's
he's
also,
doing.
there's this fine line with a lot of this because, it's like, right? I can deeply relate to what he's saying because you know what? The Christian morality and the Christian ideology is one of the major problems. And he identified the problem and he pulled off the Band-Aid. Like people, like I was, there's beauty in this. We all want to love each other, but if we're too nice to each other, we're not honest about what's actually happening on, then things get all muddled, and so much of it's slave religion. Like he said, it's literal slave religion. It's all designed to imprison you, to keep you weak, to keep you dumb. And it doesn't face reality and generation, and it doesn't deal with life as it is. And Nietzsche was trying to face the reality of life, Now he was really upset about Jewish culture for this creation. Okay, now I can understand that, but he was very, very upset about it, you know, and he had this deep dislike for a lot of that, you know. It's also he's of that time, right? Like in Germany, and he's trying to empower his. All of these guys were like it. Even my favorite guy, Ludwig Klages, is deeply racist by our standards today, and deeply conservative. You know, he often gets lumped in. People try to call him a Nazi, even though he ran off to Switzerland and was a pacifist because he was a pagan. A pagan in World War II gets you labeled a Nazi. You know, there's a lot of wildness.
What's the comparison to that? That's fucking crazy.
Well, okay, so there's this massive movement that's happening in Germany, you know, before Hitler. Forget about the National Socialist elements of it. You have this within Germany. You have the heights of classicism. You have the best classical scholars in the world studying.
This is the 1880s, I believe, right?
1880s. You have the best classical scholars in the world, and you have the birth of real archaeology and anthropology as we understand it.
Yeah.
These are the first guys who are getting the texts, translating them into their languages, and then seriously reading them. Now they're doing it in a kind of, you know, racist way, right?
Sure.
Like they're bringing them back to Germany, they're translating them into German, and then they're making up their own opinions without ever talking to any of these cultures that they're taking their works from.
Yeah.
But it's the beginning of studying of this ancient work, right? It's the first time that you're seeing this new ideas about the past. Like you get a really important anthropologist is Bachofen, and Bachofen was one of the first people to talk about the Venus and the Great Mother in the matriarchy, and he formulated our earliest matriarchal theories. And he was looking back to Africa and looking back to tribes and looking back to this kind of stuff, and he was trying to find this essential human element. You know, what ended up happening with that is that a lot of German pagans got really invested in this idea, and this was very vogue at the time. You also had theosophy in the New Age that was coming about, which was very kind of racist, but was also going to all these different cultures and finding all this new stuff. So there was this deep thing of the moment of that time to look into the ancient past. And what you wound up getting is in Germany, you get a lot of these groups who start looking at the Pelasgians that Ammon talks about. So the Pelasgians are the earliest Greek or the earliest European ancestors, right? Like they're the earliest. It's hard to say if they were 100% true, but if you believe the texts and you believe the limited archaeological evidence we had, they were a massive boat fishing culture that spanned across the Mediterranean, and they were probably one of, if not the first ever to colonize, period. And this is why they're so important in history, because they went everywhere and everyone talked about them and everyone used their writing system because they were the first to travel with a writing system and to colonize. So you got this big thing where all these people are like, we need to go back to our roots. Let's go back to the ancient Pelasgian. Let's go back to the ancient Aryan, right? At the same time as some people are talking about the Pelasgians, other people are talking about the Indo-Aryans, right? Everyone was looking for these ancient roots. Bachofen was going to Africa, looking for our ancient roots in Africa. You know, Klages was looking for our ancient roots in Europe. The other people went and they were looking for it in the Himalayas. You know, in that Indo-Aryan theory, there's real truth to this. The Pelasgian theory, there's truth to all of this stuff. There's truth. You can see how it gets caught up.
Well,
the logical constructs of the day.
Yeah, to some point, you can understand why they would want to do that, but at some point, you're like, hey, what are you guys doing? Like,
the issue is when you basically take those stories from the past and you apply them to your artificial border on the globe that was the result of war and violence and all of those things where people decided, oh, well, on this border, we're going to stop killing each other. And this is the line where we stop, right? That's an artificial construct. That's a result of generations of Apollonianism. And then you're taking this story from the past, people who also sort of did that same thing, and applying it to yourself and then adding to it. It's called palingenetic ultranationalism, which is the definition of fascism.
That's a
Right?
fucking mouthful.
Yeah, it's basically creating a story about your artificial borders from the past.
You see this from everywhere, right? Like what Mandy's getting at, right? That's what the Bible is. But like, I'll give you a very more recent example, a very clear example that's kind of interesting and kind of fun. Okay, so for example, one of the early scientific theories to explain, so there's this interesting phenomenon. You got lemurs in India and you got lemurs in Madagascar, but not in Africa. What's going on? Right? We now know about tectonic plates, but you go back to the early 1800s, no one knows about tectonic plates.
Yeah.
So they came up with this idea. Maybe there was a massive land bridge. Maybe there was an island that was in between Madagascar and India. Let's call it Lemuria, named after the lemurs. Okay, so this begins as a scientific theory. Now, we have the literal books. I would have to go find them, but I studied this in university when I took Indian colonial history in fucking India. Okay, so they're telling me this. This is what the British wrote this shit down too. We're gonna use this Lemuria theory to displace the Indians. So this is what it is. We have all of these people in the south of India, these Tamils, and in their religion, there's this magical island. Okay, I can't remember the specifics, but there's this magical island that they say that they're from. That was this lost kind of Atlantis. We're going to tell them that their Atlantis is Lemuria. You know, and the reason for this was its displacement. So the Europeans did this a lot. There was a way in which you could claim land. They also empowered the Mormons for the same reason, because if all of the, Mormonism grew out of their lies, because what they would do is they would say, oh, the indigenous people aren't indigenous to America, they're Jews. Oh, the South Indians aren't indigenous to South India, they're actually from these islands, they're actually from Sri Lanka, we can take their fucking land. The Northern Indians, they're not actually from Northern India, they're from Iran. This is why the Indians get so mad about these Indo-Aryan theories, because they had to live under this shit of displacement, where the British were using these made-up scientific nonsense and theories to steal land and to justify their imperial conquering. But what ends up happening as time goes on is that these ultra-nationalists in South India adopt the Lemuria thing entirely. So now the British are no longer in India. No, now the British aren't trying to displace the Indians, but the Indians themselves are now empowering themselves with this made-up myth and using it to create this national construct and using it to attack their neighbors.
This sounds familiar.
How we were saying waves and cycles.
This sounds very familiar.
Interesting.
Do you know that Ignatius Donnelly in the 1800s claimed that bananas came from Atlantis because they couldn't understand where they cultivated from. So bananas are from Atlantis, and anywhere that bananas are from is because Atlantis people had traveled the globe and planted banana trees. Yeah, I read that. So I was reading this book. I started in around I started reading it around
after the
October, August, October, November. I stopped reading around Thanksgiving because that's when I got to this point where he started talking about bananas and how bananas were traversed across the land because of Atlantis, and Atlantis was the place that all the bananas came from. And in the 1800s, they couldn't prove where the crop of bananas came from, and all this crazy shit. I haven't read another page since because I can't get over it. Like, hold up,
nonsense.
Well, yeah, it's nonsense to us, but in their time, can you understand? It's like the National Enquirer. It's the Bat Boy thing all over again. I remember being a kid and seeing Bat Boy in the grocery line and just being like, what the fuck is
Bad
a
boy was here.
Yeah, bad boy. And it's like, holy shit, like how these ideas get taken all across hundreds of years and thousands of years. Who cares? It's just these ideas that like, oh, you're being told a lie, and then you get this idea and it seeds you in, and it just, all of a sudden you have you have all these flowers growing in your garden, and now you're like, oh, I never saw it this way. And you're just fed into this weird I don't even know.
To manipulate people.
Yeah. Well, I've been manipulated. I am one of these people who was convinced that Atlantis was real, that convinced the Bimini Road was a real place. Actually, the Baghdad battery was the one that got me, because I have an electrical background and I understand these things. And the Baghdad battery got me so hard, like in my mind, that I was like, oh yeah, that's completely possible with these chemicals and these vases and the things, and like it's completely possible that you could do that thousands of years ago. Then it turns out these things go missing, and these people are talking about things they've never seen before. You know what I mean? They're like literally reporting on things they've never touched or seen, and that's not exactly the worst thing. But like, if you're saying these things are true and this is what you're seeing, like, it's like, hold on, that's not how that works. That's not how this works. It's been gone for 25 fucking years. Nobody's.
It's one of these weird things, okay? Because like when you start to study a lot of this stuff, when you get into the occult world and you start to study science, especially, there is almost certainly science that the ancients knew about that was lost. Now, do I think that the ancients had knowledge that exceeds anything that we are at, or that they were far greater than what they were? No. But do I think that they had secret tech that they kept hidden that we're not sure that they were using? Almost fucking certainly.
Yeah.
Almost absolutely certainly. They certainly knew more about math than they let on. They certainly knew more about chemistry than they let on.
I would say that's what the Voynich manuscript is. It's some sort of thing that got set into a library and was owned by the Jesuits, right? It was what they said. And then just came out of nowhere and then was sold to some guy who wanted to turn it into a circus thing. And then now it's this weird, like, what is this thing? Nobody knows what it is. And it's
all of that makes me think, I mean, I always go for Occam's razor. Okay. And I always try to think about things like I try to tell everyone, think about it from a monetary and political standpoint first. To me, the Voynich manuscript has made a ton of money.
Yes.
And it was a circus object. It is a circus.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter what it is.
No.
It is a circus object. Even if they were able to translate it, it'll never not be a made up nonsense.
That's why I stopped caring about it, because I was super into it for a while, and I was like, "Oh, what is this spicy cool thing?" And then I started seeing, I'm like, "Hold up, this is a fucking circus. This is
earliest people, the first guys to seriously study it said this. Oh, it's probably a forgery to make money. It doesn't make sense. Now people have been spending. They got the best computers on Earth. The best computers on Earth that can crack any code. Okay, like you think that they're going to not crack the Voynich manuscript? It's probably nonsense. There's probably nothing there.
It's either nonsense or it's a complete misinterpretation of somebody else's culture that doesn't make any sense to us. Which it could be one or the other, and that's where I stopped caring about it, because I started looking at them like, holy shit, this is super weird. They've dated the animal skins from the 1500s. None of this doesn't add up. This is a fucking forgery. To me, it's like it's either a forgery or it's an anomaly. And
it is an anomaly.
But I mean anomaly, like you can't trust a source if it's the only source.
Yes, because
there's nobody else talking about it. you can't fucking trust it.
Because it was written in Octurian
Okay,
by
well, there you go.
Arcturus from Mars. He sent it 1% too far back in the
Yeah,
past to
that's true.
us.
Yeah.
It is the complete Towel of Minerva
Mhm.
written in Octurian. We've already explained
It
this.
just
It's in the
happens to end up in the library in
over in Yale, 1%.
in New Haven, Connecticut, which is like
Yes, it's
45 miles from
it's
us.
a cosmic practical joke. Arcturus explained this.
It's fucking crazy that that's actually true.
Yes, it's
real.
true. It's in the book.
I keep meaning to call them and be like, can I just touch this thing?
Johnny, it's in the book. It's Logos now. It's in the book.
But like, I
It's
was reading
true.
the other day about Archimedes, and people were doing a
yeah.
bunch of Archimedes' math, and some of Archimedes' math was imagining extremely large sets of numbers, things that we didn't believe the Greeks were capable of doing. You know, like to the billions and billions and billions of places. And there were a couple theorems that he had put forward that didn't get proved until the 1980s, the 1990s, when computers finally caught up and were able to do the math that this guy was doing in 2nd century BC. You know, my point though is this: if our computers can crack Archimedes' math, you think they're not cracking the Voynich manuscript?
No.
If it's a puzzle,
Yeah.
you're right. Like if here's my thing: it's either a completely unknown language that we don't have a Rosetta Stone for, or it's nonsense.
It's it's and you and I agree on the you know, like the middle way. It's one of our things that
the middle way is that it is the Towel of Minerva sent to us from Mars by Arcturus. It was 1% too far in the past, only for it to end up 1% geographically away from us. This is very, very clear. It's Occam's razor.
I will tell you, Snappy, I have a what do you call it? Like a foil or whatever reproduction of it. I got from Yale. I bought, and I've fallen asleep looking at this thing, and it does not make sense to me because it. And I've run it through AI. I've asked Grok. I've asked ChatGPT. You know, I've said like, hey, can you tell me what this picture says? And it doesn't. Nothing ever comes out of it that is worth it. And you know, I've watched AI hallucinate. You know, this is somebody we're familiar with has sent me a prompt that they sent to AI, and they sent this thing, and I sent the same prompt to AI, and it sent me a completely different fucking thing. And it's like, hold on, we can't trust this at all. This is not a reliable source. You know, this is a lying fucking. You cannot trust this person.
It's a demon.
No, it's not. I don't want to call it a demon. This is a person at a bar who just wants your attention. You know what I mean?
The AI, they just want to tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah,
They
that's
just want to
exactly what it.
They just want to get a satisfactory answer.
You said it better than I did. I was trying to like paint a picture of like you're just at a bar talking shit with somebody, and they're like, "Oh yeah, have you heard this?" And blah, 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 blah. Like you said it better. It just wants your attention. It just wants your attention, and then you know I've seen it hallucinate, literally hallucinate and make shit up and go, hold on, are you sure this is what it is? And I've fed it things and going, hey, you know, this is what I'm seeing. What are you? Can you tell me what you're seeing out of what I'm telling you? And that was part of my from the latest book, A Beer with the Bats, where like I had mistyped something, and it told me a completely different story off of what I was trying to get out of it. And I was like, hold on, that's not what I'm trying to say. Can we work back away from can you take this away? And it just keep feeding me the same thing. And so I had to stop it, start a new chat, and then go, hey, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm observing. Can you tell me, you know, based off of these sources? And like, it was crazy. I had to rework that fucking piece.
You mean the artificial intelligence is artificial?
Yeah, it was artificial because I was like, hey, I'm seeing this.
It's
you know,
not an intelligence; it's a language model.
Yeah,
all it is it's managed. It might as well be a magic 8-ball.
Thank you. It is a magic 8-ball, and I think we're about the same age where like they were called prompts.
Yeah,
and you were prompted, hey, write a 5-paragraph persuasive essay based off of this prompt. And
Yeah.
the prompt, and my I hated it, was school like fucking uniforms. I hated it. I had to write it like 500 fucking times. Every fucking year they would send us this prompt like, how do you feel about school fucking uniforms? And I remember at some point I was like, I wrote, are you sure that at some point I was like, hey, if I say I don't like school uniforms or I do like school uniforms, are you going to respond the same way? Do you care that I want to wear a school uniform or not? You know, and this teacher was like, well, that's not what we're trying to get out of the prompt. And like, you should be for or against school uniforms. And I go, well, you're going to tell me either way. So what do I care? You know, and it was like, oh, this is the birth of the contrarian, right? And, you know, like,
beautiful.
Yeah.
But
To tie it all back.
it's weird though, you know, like I think about this because like so much of my education that was useful was as much as that shit sucks. Writing essays and having to struggle and formulate an argument is what I learned in school. You know,
well, but
now you can now kids are just going on ChatGPT and saying, print that for me.
But they don't understand what they're talking about. So
I know this is the problem. They're not
thing.
doing the work. They're not doing the work that we did. So they're not learning those skills, and that makes
I would say
worried.
some kids are learning from it and learning to.
They're learning different skill sets. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say some kids are learning from it and learning to like reiterate in a certain way, but a lot of them are just being fed to go, oh yeah, this is what it says, you know, and even very prominent podcast people are using it now and they're going, hey, go talk to this AI. And it's like, hold on, this fucking thing is not reliable at all. You know, even if you do a deep search, have you done a deep search with GPT or Grok? Like, it's good. It gives you sources. If you go back and you really look into the source, you're like, hold on, who is this?
Half the times it doesn't read it. Like, so I used to use it. I tried using it for a while to find sources because I'm always looking for sources. I'm always looking for books, you know? And so, like, for example, at one point I was doing a deep dive into John Dee and I'm looking for stuff on John Dee. Okay. And it was giving me all this like contradictory stuff.
Yes.
And it's like, it's like, it's saying, okay, you know, there is no, John Dee, I'm like, so I ask it, I'm like, did John Dee write anything about colonialism? Because I was writing about his empire magic. Okay, and they're like, yes, he did, but it's been lost. I'm like, oh, it's been lost? No, it hasn't been lost. It was discovered in Oh, it's been lost. I'm like, is it lost or is it discovered? And then I'm like, what's your source for this? And then I went and I checked the source itself, and it was discovered in like 1989. It's like, annoying shit like this, but like, you know
what that reminds me of? Did you ever watch the TV show The Magicians?
No.
Okay, so there was a TV show called The Magicians. I think it was on Hulu or Netflix. It doesn't matter. And basically, the plot line is like all these people have superpowers and they're brought into this school, very Harry Potter-ish kind of thing, and they have magical powers. End line is they end up being ruled by librarians, and these librarians are galactic space universal people who live in these libraries, and these libraries are ever spanning kind of things, and I'm probably butchering it, but at some point, like, the librarians are like, hey, where did you read this source from? Where's the book from? And there's these hidden corridors and all these things. It's very ominous of like, and being married to a librarian, it's very hilarious. When I was like, hey, can you find me a book of Plato's writings? I want to read everything he's ever written. And one day it just showed up, and I've been reading it ever since. It's over there. It is fucking, because I love Atlantis. The Atlantis idea to me is so mythical, and I love it, and I'm like, oh, it's so cool. And then I start reading two pages.
This pisses me off, okay? Because I know you were into the Atlantis stuff, but if you read, okay, in the first opening paragraphs, it tells you that it's an allegory.
Thank you. Yes.
Right in the first opening paragraph.
Two fucking paragraphs into this reading, I go, hold up. This is a fucking story made up by some fucking asshole. And I'm not calling him an asshole. I mean, just in the metaphorical sense of like, he's just making up a story to go along with his other stories. And then I was, Mandy and I went way deep one night. And I said, hey, when did he write the Timaeus and the Critias, right? When did he write it? He wrote it when he was fucking almost dead. He was like 75 years old when he wrote the Timaeus and the Critias, and he wrote the other one. Was the other one that he loves, that everyone loves about him?
Republic.
The Republic. He wrote that when he was like in his 50s. So like, there's this weird fucking huge gap, and then he's calling in all these people. Everyone's a character in the story, right? Plato is never in any of these stories, right? Which is a key tale of the fucking satirist ideology. He's fucking with you in a way. He's never included in the stories. It's never like Socrates said to Plato, said to fucking, Plato's never mentioned in any of Plato's writings, right? So it's not if you're going to go with like, it's a historical account. Plato never once says that Plato says that Plato says, you know what I mean? It's a fucking weird, it's like a live journal in a way, where it's like, you're not talking, you have a handle. You're not telling me who you actually are, if you can remember what live journals were.
Yes.
It's like a weird, like, oh, this happened to me. Like he's like doing this weird, Mandy calls it a play. And I would say it's very close to a play, where it's like Socrates goes, hey, yesterday we talked about this. And where is that guy? Who, somebody's missing in the story. And they're like, well, he can't be here. And he's not going to be. And Mandy says he's hungover and just can't come to the.
Was hungover.
Yeah,
but some of this is informed because of, you got to understand the culture, right? Of how they're doing. So first and foremost, Plato was an educator. Right. So writing of the books was a secondary occupation. Right. His main occupation was as a lecturer in the Agora.
Mm-hmm. Right? Oh, did you get muted? Oh. We're getting muted. You're muted. Hold on. Let me try to fix you.
Hear me now?
They're good.
Right. So, the way that Plato's writings are all written is they're as if students of his were having a dialogue and he's watching them. Because the way this is how his school would unfold, where you'd have two people debating, and he is like the omnipresent God. Who's judging in the background.
Yes.
This is how it went down in real life.
Yep.
So there's even some people who speculate, like with the later books, like you're talking about Critias, that the students may have written them.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Well, because he's not included at all. He never even like gives an introduction or like, hey everyone, this is what we're talking about today. Boom. It just starts bang and goes, well, hey, Socrates, tell me about. He's like, Timaeus, tell me about the day before, and the. There is fucking 3 pages of weird. I call it weird because it just doesn't make a lot of logical sense of like storytelling. Like, why are you giving me so much of this interlude? And then they go, well, this story is true because we're saying blah blah blah, and that's where everyone gets hung up on. And I go, hold on, I've written a lot of stories. I could fucking write that line.
What's so wild to me though, too, about like Atlantis, okay? Like, read it and read between the lines and look at what Plato's telling you. Yeah. I am telling you that these lies are stupid and they're made up and they're designed to control you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write a lie and you're going to accept it because it's beautiful
Yeah.
and it's righteous.
What's a great story though? It's
But
it's a great.
But the wild thing is he tells you it's a lie.
Yeah.
And yet most people don't even recognize it as a lie. They just accept it as a literal. He is doing what the myths have always done. And he even when he tells you the truth, people refuse to believe it.
Well, the problem is that it lines up, the timeline lines up too much to what their ideological timeline lines up to, where they're like, oh, this happened thousands of years before anything ever happened, and Plato said this, and the timeline works out perfectly, and you know.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
But it doesn't.
Plato
No.
was just basically saying a long time ago in a land
it's
far
fucking
away.
Star Wars.
Yes,
it's Star
But
Wars.
by doing that, but think about it this way: it's the same thing with nerds today. Okay, if you construct a proper reality, and you allow people's imagination to run, they will invest their whole selves in it. There are people who live in Middle Earth. They don't live in reality with us. They live in
I've
Middle
met
Earth.
them.
And there are people who live in Atlantis too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Good for them.
What's going on?
Good for them.
Hell yeah.
Are you saying that Plato was autistic?
No, I'm saying Plato understood the nature of myth and tried to exploit it. Right? He tried to reveal what the joke was. He tried to show people what was going on, and people didn't fully believe it. And then they just got better at doing it. All Plato did was he taught the worst people in the world how to do what he was doing. You know, because what does Plato lead to? He leads to Christianity. You know, like I'm not saying that Christianity is explicitly Platonic, but it's building off of the same ideas,
right?
Of control, and especially in terms of global political control. You know.
Yeah, Plato was the Carl Schmitt of his time. Snappy, we're going on 4 hours and 30 minutes. We're at 25 minutes. You want to wrap it up for 5 minutes? And you have any final thoughts? Anything you want to tell the people? Would you like to do one last Sortes to wrap up the night?
Yeah. Okay. Well, everyone should go give me a like and a subscribe on Drawing Down the Stars.
Absolutely. And Snappy is fucking what do you call that in YouTube now that you're monetized? You're monetized. Jesus, that's fucking so dope.
Oh yeah.
That's a real milestone, man. Like you should not be like
nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, that is not a fucking joke. Like,
no, it's awesome. It's great, you know. So I try now to stream twice a day.
Yeah,
doing the tarot.
Oh yeah,
it's paying my bills. It's great.
I wake up and I see Snappy live on YouTube. It's fucking great. I wake up around 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning. 6:30 in the morning. I love it.
Amazing. So yeah, come hang out, check out some tarot. Let's have a chat. I also do a great podcast with my friend Dion. We've been on hiatus lately because Dion is working on some ridiculous rom-com, and they have him up in the mountains of California.
Really?
We'll be back soon. Yeah. We do a show, Occult Explorers, where we dive into the unknown. And we
is he writing a script, or is he like?
He's a security guy, and he does manages security.
Shit. Okay.
Cool. You know, but
production crew. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they brought him up there, so he gets to deal with all the BS.
That sounds like a fucking cool life to me.
It's a life. He gets to be in California.
Yeah,
which is pretty, you know. All right, so let's do a final sortes. We'll go back to the Towel of Minerva. So let's see here. Muses, shine your light upon us. Guide us throughout our day. What is the message through the text? If you've never experienced apricots, you can't describe or approximate. You're never going to describe that very particular chemical compound because you've never crossed paths with it. That's a really true statement. You know, people don't understand how true this kind of shit is.
Yeah.
Like, think about it in terms of, like, I was talking with my dad the other day. He's a bit of a dude, and he's into combat sports. And he's just like, he goes, if you were to take someone and have them train 24 hours a day. Even if they and they were alone without a teacher, even if they were the most fit person, some guy who studied Brazilian jiu-jitsu would kick their flipping ass in 2 seconds flat, right? Because that's the thing. We have to build upon the experiences of the community and the understanding that's been gained through all of this, you know? You don't know until you know, right? And it's only learned through experience. Something like the apricot has to be tasted, you know? And certain skills can only be born through generations of training. You know, something like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, that's hundreds and hundreds of years of training that's led to that. You know, people often ask me about the tarot. You know, people have this weird concept about, oh, everything's got to be ancient for it to be magical and for it to be true. And I say, no.
Oh, no.
Tarot is great because it's modern. It's been refined, right? It has a purpose and it serves its purpose. And it has all of the weight of community understanding behind it, you know? So
one thing that that passage immediately brought to mind is Heraclitus again. And to close the night, I would like to remind everybody that Heraclitus said that souls perceive by smelling in Hades.
Ooh.
So, you know, when the catabasis that we're taking everybody on in this book is an olfactory catabasis, right? It's getting in touch with that which goes beyond language and is only available in experience. And you know, that's one of the things that we really like to drive home. And we're looking at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody, hail Eris and good night.
Hail Eris.